Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. It's time to crown our 15th Fright Night champion. Our top 8 players fought through the entirety of the tournament in order to get to this point, and they're going to slug it out in best 2 of 3 single elimination until there's only one left standing. And we're going to find out today who that one is. Now, this is, as mentioned, our 15th Fright Night champion, but that's not all. They are our final Fright Night champion. All good things must come to an end, and that includes this tournament series. It's been a lot of fun running everything, and I hope that everyone enjoyed playing in these events and participating, and I hope that it brought you out there watching this some entertainment as well. Now, before we get into everything, I, of course, have to let everybody know I am part of the content affiliate program. That means that the Phobies team gives me coffee for producing Phobies content, and they're also providing the coffee prizes for this event. Now, the players are getting ready. We're almost at the point to kick things off. We're not quite there yet. So let's take a peek at who's actually participating. So here is our top 8 bracket. We have our 8 players who are going to slug it out, and we have going from top to bottom of the bracket, coming in at our number 1 seed, undefeated through the Swiss, was Lord Shinra X. We have Yaxon CC as their opponent in that particular match, followed up by Alien Engineer versus A. Markand, Bentastic versus Daniel, Catmad, and Endless Suffering are our last round of 8 game. Now, as usual, we're going to play the round of 8 simultaneously. We're either going to jump between games or we're going to try and stick with who we can. We'll see how it plays out. We will play the semis and the finals sequentially, so that way we can get the maximum number of games. Ooh, we're getting in there already. I was trying to observe what was going on with the other players as we're getting set up, but we're zoning into a little penny dropped action. We got Catmad and we got Endless Pain in the first game of this final Fright Night top 8. Now, it looks like this is Endless Pain's map pick. The map ban system is a little bit different for this event. We had a mix of a modified map pool. I banned 2 maps, blanket across the board, and then players would each ban 1 map per player, and then select from the remaining ones. It looks like Carousel and Exponential Decay were banned out. Endless Pain didn't want to see Exponential Decay, and Catmad got rid of Carousel. But again, this looks like it was Endless Pain's map pick. We'll have to see. This is pretty interesting. Bank 2-6 already from our blue player here. This is an early bank. Do I like brownies? No. I don't like coffee. Coffee. I guess you could say I like coffee, but that's a different story. I don't like chocolate. Which I guess is a little weird if I don't like, or I do like coffee. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. But anyway, we get a little Hematic Gin Stain coming out. Not too surprising. Panic point advantage is in favor of our orange player. Catmad with this early lead, at least board positionally, 5,600. They are down on heart health, though, so they have a little bit of a gap to close in order to make this happen. Just double checking in Discord. We're going to try and jump between multiple games if we have the opportunity, different matches that is, so that we can see as much Phobies action as possible. Now, Catmad here, rocking the Bad Omen avatar. Double 6-key game plan here. 9 keys still available, 9 available for our blue player. This is going to be a tough defense to crack. Ooh, we're going with Ted. The 1-key Resurrect Phobie is going to present some options to recap these points. Maybe force some positional errors out of Catmad. I don't love this positioning, though. It is possible. Okay, so if it were me, I think if I'm going to take this aggressive posture, which Endless Pain is backing off of, I would have wanted to see Snowball end up where Spud is right this second. The reason being, if the Klepto and the Jin Sting collapse onto the Spud to kill it, you want to have as much damage as humanly possible phobially possible, in order to try and punish the invade. But ultimately, you're getting 9, 13, like 17 and change. I'm rounding. 17 and change, 100 damage. It's not enough to kill the Matic. And you'd have to really pull yourself out of position in order to threaten the Klepto. I don't really like either option. I think there was potentially an aggressive position there. Not real sure. All right, so we're getting a push here. I don't know that I love this. Yeah, there's really not a great way to set this up. The reason being is you could try and pick the corn. Obviously, there wasn't quite enough damage. You needed the jar to help supplement. And I think Endless is trying to lean on that shish kebab from Snowball in order to try and get the fatality. You need to actually close the door on one of the phobies to remove them from the board. Life total's starting to equalize, but Catmad has been slowly building this bank, creeping up there in order to set this up. Now Ted is going to be in position next turn in order to reclaim the center panic point. We'll see if Catmad elects to deploy a 4th phobie to the board. Either way, this Ted is going to die, and then die probably trivially. If we get Catmad to move the Hematic into a position where it can actually target the center without having to move, then you can get a... Well, I guess you could do it even if it moves, but you get 1 hit from Hematic, 1 hit from Klepto. That puts Ted back in the grave, and then the Klepto stepping on the bones finishes the job. The ideal scenario would be this, so that the Klepto can hit twice, eliminate Ted... Or excuse me, the Hematic can hit twice, eliminate Ted, then Klepto steps on the bones and is able to safely walk away. Of course, this is assuming there's no additional follow-up from Catmad, but the Ted is most likely only going to temporarily flip this panic point situation. Now, Catmad elects to play it safer, positioning defensively. As mentioned, now Ted is going to go down without much of a fight. Endless Pain is down 1 key, essentially. 8 keys to 9. I say essentially because while that is quite literally what they have, there's some other factors to be considered depending on whether Catmad decides to just go for a 1 key to reclaim the center or something else. But I fully expect we're going to see double hits from Jin Sting into the Klepto removal, or maybe a follow-up from a Snowball of Catmad, a Droney, something like that to clear the bones and recap the panic point. All right, looks like we're just going for the quick kill on Ted. Somebody in chat earlier called it Catmad with the Frosty, bringing in one of the special deal phobies. Maybe not. Never mind. Ando, what's good? Welcome. All right, we get a boomer. Just double check in Discord, make sure what's going on. This is live, Anda, although there is a delay. There is a delay. At least on stream. Hopefully there's no delay for the players. We want to keep things moving. Panic point advantage is once again in our blue players' favor. We're going 8 keys for a Heartbreaker. That is... I'll be honest, I did not see that coming. Heartbreaker is not in my top 10 list of things that I would have said, hey, yeah, here's my bingo card. Heartbreaker. That's my winning play. I don't hate it. I don't love it, though, because this necessitates some pretty hard invades. Ooh, Catman with the Ogre, the juiced Ogre. Look at that guy. Look at the little dance. Look at the little dance. He's dancing. I see what you did there, Jamerti. I see what you did there. We're, of course, watching this live on my Twitch stream. Link for that is, of course, in the description where you'll find the link for the Discord and all those other fun random slots things. So we're going to get the takedown on Boomer, but this is not quite what you're looking for. You really want a kill onto the Jin Sting. This does allow for a safe takedown, though. You got to buy a little bit of time if you are Endless Pain. And I do appreciate this retreat. Unfortunately, this is still a dead Spud. I think what you need to do is you need to have the snowball protecting the Spud. Yep, there you go. If Catman decides to push, they have to try and push. Ooh, I like this play. This is good from Catman. I was going to say if Catman has to push, that they have to expose something if they want to push into the team. However, here, the triple panic point advantage is going to force Endless Pain to come after Catman into what I can only assume is an entire minefield of traps. The final phobia is blue! You gotta love blue. You gotta love blue. Excuse me, Steroid Man coming through. No, Onion Boy. Shout out to all my Shrek fans. All right, so this is going to be threading the needle a bit for Endless Pain. It's not a rush. 3,600 health on the heart. You are taking, of course, 600 damage, 1,200 across both players' turns. It's going to happen very, like, the game will run out quickly, but you don't want to overextend. You have to do this carefully. And it is feasible. So we're going to get the splash here. This is likely not enough. Oh, it is! No, that's a dead... This is a huge deal. This is exactly what I was worried about. A single takedown on Endless Pain's side, a single loss on Endless Pain's side, is likely the end for our blue player. You can try and counter-invade here, but the snowball's damage goes down as soon as you end up burning the shish kebab. No pun intended. You use the shish kebab, and, I mean, here, the Klepto is representing a threat onto your heart just from that positioning. The 1,200 damage that we already talked about. Just too many fragile things. I don't think this was out of reach for Endless Pain. I don't think this was out of reach for Endless Pain. I don't even know that the Heartbreaker play was bad. Unfortunately, even if you kill this ogre, which you are going to, the jar is going to die to splash from the Klepto alone. Then, of course, you have more bees. And then you're left with a damaged Hematic and Heartbreaker because there's no way that Snowball's living. This one, unfortunately, I think is in the bag for Catmad. Very well played. Not even leaving the Hematic for Endless to try and stabilize, cobble together something. That is the demise of our blue player, I believe. GG. Let's see what other games we can get to. This is one of the more exciting matchups. Unfortunately, these two players had to meet in the round of 8. Alien Engineer versus A. Markin. These are household names at this stage, as are Akira and Attractor, who are making their presence felt here on the Pyro Abyss. All right, we're getting the other players squared away. I'm going to see if I can find the map bands. Okay, so it looks like Floor is Lava was banned by A. Markin, Alien Engineer banned Exponential Decay, and A. Markin chose the Pyro Abyss. So this is an A. Markin map pick, and we'll see what they have in mind. It looks like both players are setting up very similar compositions. Alien Engineer with the more defensive setup due to Firkin, but of course they have the offensive potential of Shove Shark, whereas A. Markin has recently fallen in love with Puff and is making some things happen. Notably, there is a Firkin on A. Markin side. I didn't even notice that, actually. I almost missed that one. Is the Firkin going to hit the Firkin? Or how is this going to play out? I'm not sure. I think Amarkin is just kind of testing here. I am blocking the timer, but sometimes when you're observing, the timer doesn't even show up properly. We do get the Firkin landing on the Firkin. That can't possibly be the sequence you want right now. Okay, so Amarkin is setting this up in order to try and... Yeah, I don't know about this one. All right, so we're cooking the Bachelor first. This is going to push a little bit of damage onto the Attractor, but this front line is fairly tanky. So the Firkin onto the Firkin while burning the Akira is strange, to be honest. It feels like a waste, and Amarkin seems to agree, and I'm a little surprised that they were even trying to go for that. Noxious is the follow-up. The Double Dragon strat coming out. Interesting position all the way down here. I was about to say finally a tournament game with fresh Phobies, not old meta. Honestly, we haven't seen these Phobies in tournaments for, well, we've seen a little bit of Attractor, but very, very little Akira. This is a shocking amount of them, and I'll be honest, I put out the call to players and said, hey, if you feel that these Phobies are overpowered, you need to prove it. You need to show up in a tournament game with stuff on the line with other highly competitive players and show me that it is necessary to address these Phobies. And up to this point, no one has proved it. Either the Attractors, the Shove Sharks, the Phantom has literally not shown up yet. Admittedly, some people don't have it. Akira has not really made its presence felt. Most of these Phobies have not really presented a problem yet. So I do feel that there is a significant level of PTSD from previous metas where people just are unhappy with the way things were, so it's still pretty fresh in their minds. As opposed to what we're looking at now where, okay, this happens to be a stare down, a stalemate due to this setup. Speaking of stalemates, we're going to break this a little bit. Cowbell is going to flip things. Amarkin with 5 keys. Alien Engineer doing the Alien Engineer with 5 keys, or excuse me, with 12 keys. I don't love this positioning from Amarkin right now. This Akira is going to be live. This Firkin is dead. So unless they are entirely banking on... There's a world in which the Attractor dies, too. I think there's a world in which the Attractor dies, too. The reason being is that this Akira pull represents, obviously, a displacement towards Alien Engineer's team. The Shove Shark then boops Alien Engineer's Attractor forward, and then it is able to move and yoink Amarkin's Attractor. And in fact, we are going to get the Attractor pull. Amarkin preserving their Akira thanks to these obstacles. There are Firkin plays available. The Attractor could end up in a position... All right, we're going to cook the Cowbell. Bachelor is on the board, but that means that this panic point is not flipping yet. Instead, Alien Engineer is going to go for an aggressive one. I do like that out of the Alien Engineer. You can't get this top one, or the center one. So instead, you take the pseudo pocket. It's not really a pocket, because I would call the ones up at the north the pocket panic points for each player. But you take this aggressive panic point, still flip it into your favor. Amarkin with 6,000 health, 7,600 for Alien Engineer. Amarkin has had a... building a reputation for being very patient and willing to expend their life total, but it has come back to bite them in a few games that we've seen. Now, a few players have commented offline on ways to try and counter Alien Engineer. One of them happens to be don't let Alien Engineer go second. To that end, that would imply that you are allowing Alien Engineer to choose the map, which maybe... Ooh, this is a good... Possibly a really good play here. We get the Firkin connecting with the Alien Engineer's Akira. Is this the opening that A. Markin needed? We're going to get Puff trying to chip down the snowball. That's obviously just going to retreat. So that's just putting it on the spa for a turn, essentially. This is a window for A. Markin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Phobies on the board for Alien Engineer. I kind of feel like A. Markin's wishing that they had deployed a Terraform at some point. Literally only 2 total 1 keys. 1 key for each player has gone down up to this point. But we have the big AoE splash threat from Noxious. We have the Blom looming from Puff. And we have 2 Yoinks, so there are ways that this can happen. Alien Engineer is not really in a position in order to make the Shove Shark play. But unfortunately, it looks like A. Markin's Akira's gonna get hit with the Firkin here. It is possible that A. Markin is setting this up intentionally in order to snipe Alien Engineer's Firkin, thereby taking the longer game into their favor. But we do get the boop into the Yoink to snipe A. Markin's Firkin. This should be enough damage to get the takedown. 375, 375. That'll expose the Stabby, but kind of who cares? Now, the counter Yoink here could also yield a dead Attractor on the side of Alien Engineer, and things are about to get really spicy if this happens. Nope. No. I think Alien Engineer noticed. There were a lot of plays that were about to happen. There were a lot of things that were about to get real wild if that play did happen. I was pulling up my Madden Telestrator. Wait, is it happening? It's happening, chat. We're getting the Yoink. Is this really what you want to have happen here? That's not going to die to the lava. Oh my god, that didn't die to lava. Was that worth it? Because now the Akira's dead, isn't it? Can the Akira die? The Yoink is live! The Akira Yoink is live! Did Alien Engineer just throw? There has to be a play here. There's no way that A. Markin does not... Like... Or did Alien Engineer find the perfect setup? This pulls this off the lava so it can still attack. You get the splash. You can get the further Yoink. You can get the Blom. Akira on the lava. Oh, this is tough because this is your opening, but the play is so complicated. All right, A. Markin going for a little bit more damage, bringing in the Jin Sting. That Jin Sting can't target anything, though. It's too far away. I think Alien Engineer might be safe. I don't know that it's worth even killing the Akira. Well, I guess you have to hit the Akira so that way you don't take a ton of splash. Alien Engineer still with 6 keys. Jin Sting in position. Oh, I think A. Markin wanted that Bachelor in front of the Attractor just to force a little bit of extra damage. I would have liked to have seen maybe a Boomer, honestly, as weird as that sounds coming from me. Just a body block, soak up some of that damage, so that way Alien Engineer has to expend that much extra effort. Boomer, Tickles, whatever, something tanky that's cheap. Honestly, It would have been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Would you have been better off with 3-2, like Jar 2-key? So like a 2-key to body block, the Jar comes in and gives you that little bit of extra oomph in order to finish off the Akira, thereby letting you put damage somewhere else. This fire's cooking, though. The fire from the puff is cooking. All of these things are going to be trapped here with Akira. Remember, Akira has an AoE attack. God, as much as everybody hates Akira attractors, like, you can't tell me these aren't spicy plays. You can't tell me these aren't spicy plays. Oh, the muffin! The muffin might just be the backbreaker. It's the muffin that broke the camel's back. Healing the Firkin, of all things. That's a bold move there, Cotton. 440 health. Ooh, the Clinico to heal the... Oh, that's painful. Losing the puff here is a big deal. Remember, the Noxious now is a melee phobie for as long as it remains on the board. When suddenly there were only 4 phobies that are relevant, you gotta kill the Attractor. 440, but that's going to require 2 hits. I think the play here is, yeah, you move this in, you snipe the Attractor with whatever. Probably you move the Jin Sting in front of the Noxious, you bees, get the splash onto whatever. You can fly in the Noxious to hit the Crushmore. Stabby, yup, Stabby finishes the Snowball. The Bachelor finishes the Stabby. Clearly Alien needed Cerberus or Hydra. Honestly, that might have changed this significantly. Because imagine if a Markand, or Alien Engineer for that matter, had to go through all of that HP. Like, that's a lot. A Markand, maybe with the upset here. Look, I don't play favorites, but I think if we all were going to do our bracket here, I think 100% of people had A Markand losing this series. But this is only game 1. This is only game 1. Remember, best 2 of 3 in top 8. And like I said, you can't tell me that Akira Attractor games are not skill testing. They are skill testing. It's just that people may not like the skills that they test. It's kind of what it boils down to. Clinico looking like it's going to snipe this Bachelor. Unfortunately, the more you group things up, the more likely that this Akira is just going to wreak havoc. Alien Engineer not out of it. Stabby will, of course, eliminate this Clinico. Akira can go to work on the Firkin and the Crushmore. As long as one of these 2 die this turn, which they should, I think A Markand's going to be okay. Because you need to remove the damage threat so that way that the Noxious lives. If A Markand loses one of these 3 remaining phobies, the game may be over and in Alien Engineer's favor, because they'll be able to just get over the hump. Ooh, we get the Newly Deads. This is actually a significant threat right now. If the Noxious goes in, it's under pressure from multiple phobies. Akira putting in work, of course, but 600 health. This is tough. This is tough. Like, this Noxious may die. You get double hits here. You get a hit from this. You get a hit from this. 420 damage on this Jill. 420 damage. That's 1250 between hits from the Crushmore and hit from this. This is only a 1410 health. Like, this Noxious is dead. Now, the Stabby is now in range. The Stabby is now in range. Wait, why doesn't Alien have 17 keys banked? Well, they did. They had it. A Markand fought their way through it. Panic Point Advantage is A Markand's. This is very risky. It's possible that A Markand loses this because they can't actually kill off the phobies. Resurrect is a big deal right now. Yep. Shove Shark's going to come in. That Shove Shark is healthy. However, the conga line, diagonal conga line that is set up means that this Akira, once again, is going to go ham. Not enough damage to kill the Crushmore, though. Is that 750? I think you do need to have a direct hit on the, you might have to have, yeah, you should be able to do one direct hit and then one splash hit from the Akira. 450. Yep, so you do one hit, one splash hit. That'll eliminate here. That, of course, reduces the health, but this is pretty... They come right back. It's the zombie apocalypse, chat. Ooh, Crushmore taking this being the spot. I'm like floored by this entire game, so I'm stuttering a little bit, chat. Akira is live once again. Akira is live again! I wonder if Alien Engineer's even considering that. I mean, they have to be, right? All right, we do get the Jill slap, leeching a little bit of health. This is going to present some issues. Body blocking for the Crushmore. Honestly, I think you can kill everything but the Crushmore this turn due to the splash. You should be... Yeah, you hit this twice. The splash will take down Jill. Then you step on Ted with Stabby. Step on... No, I don't... I mean, you can do it this way, I guess. No, I don't think this is right. Unless... Well, the kill might be intentionally targeting... Ooh, okay, never mind. Never mind, that did work. The math worked out. Well played, GG! Well done. Well done. Hey, we got the other series. These are between the new players. So we're back on Pyro Abyss, but what in the hell happened in this game? Why did this block get broken? That is so weird. This is so weird. Why did this happen? Now, Bentastic rocking the Noxious avatar over there versus our favorite Twerkin' Raucous. Bentastic and Daniel, of course, newer names to Fright Night, making their presence felt. Why did Electric Cat show up? Is this spider just dead? Spider has to be dead, right? 250? Snowball? Yep, I'm getting pings. I didn't expect Alien Engineer to lose there. I mean, I barely saw the fight, but still, I mean, that's what I said. That pretty much everybody's bracket was ruined. If Alien Engineer loses the match, like the best 2 of 3 match, everyone's bracket is ruined. And I'm not trying to knock A. Markin. A. Markin is one of the best players in the game, but I think pretty much everybody had Alien Engineer going to the finals and winning it, probably, right? Regardless, we do get, in this game, the one we're looking at, so I'm trying to... Oh, I'm getting more pings, chat. Sorry, you're going to lose sound. So we have our first advance. Catmad does win 2-0 over Endless Pain. Endless Suffering. I think breaking that obstacle is a good idea if you're not using flyers. Possibly. We did watch, obviously, A. Mark and Alien Engineer and a number of other players not do anything like that because they are burning the keys in other fashions. But we're getting an invade here from our blue player, backing it up with some hematic action. I do like splitting the team like this, so that way Klepto doesn't get an enormous amount of value. This is 8 12. This is only 250, right? So 14. Shish Kebab is up. This is a dead noxious if Daniel wants to claim it. By the way, shout out to having funny internet names of just a regular name. Ooh, we're getting the boop here. This allow... I don't love this. I don't love this. I guess this allows for the safe transfer of the panic point. But this is going to pull the Klepto out of position if you do that. Okay, we're going to body block here. I don't know. Unless there's a different set of damage coming out, I feel like you just take the easy kill on the Noxious. And I think that's where they're going with this. It may have just been testing a variety of setups. The fire is, of course, going to cook the dragon. Womp womp. Apparently the flames reach to the sky, or those wings are just not that powerful, and he's just hovering a few inches off of the ground. Woolly Bully. We actually witnessed a number of Woolly Bully plays last night as we were watching recaps of the Swiss games. If you haven't gotten a chance to watch that on YouTube, go check out that other video. It isn't rendered yet, but it'll be up by the time this goes up. More bees! Quick takedown there. Another takedown. 2 kills in the blue player column. We're looking at 5, 10, 11 keys to 5, 8, 9, 10, 11 keys. A very even game at this stage. Snowball's going to, of course, retreat back here. Gonzo. Bunzo. And blue! We got 2 games with blue, Chad. We got 2 games that feature everyone's favorite balloon. What more can you ask for in this final Fright Night? What more can you ask in the very last Fright Night ever? All right, we're going to get a power down from Woolly Bully onto the Hematic. 8k health to 4750. There was actually a significant amount of pressure, panic point pressure. Notably, in case people didn't notice, if you look in the top right-hand corner, our orange player never bothered to cap their top point, which they're taking now. That's interesting. Excuse me. The Gonzo is countered by none other than Gonzo? Sure, why not? Of course, Gonzo Bonzo also part of the more recent balance patch, most recent balance patch. Part of the Nerf squad. Getting hit with that Nerf hammer, and we'll see how much it matters. See how much it matters here. So we got the blue inching up. There is AoE on orange player's side. Of course, the Klepto that is now taking a vacation in the healing spa. Trying to get back to full strength. Chat, have we seen any Rusties prior to this Fright Night? Like, obviously in Monster of the Week post-patch, but like, did we even see Rusty in the first Fright Night post-patch? Because this feels like a lot of Rusty. Shout out to the recently buffed Rusty. Klepto coming out of the spa early, ending that vacation. All right, so the power down must have been pulled back. We're instead getting it going down onto the Inoculus. 100 damage, 300 damage power down. Due to the recently nerfed Gonzo, if you Gonzo the Inoculus, it's close to its base damage. But probably closer to what its base damage should be. Like, imagine if Inoculus only had 350 base damage. Sheep getting added to the team. I'm not a huge fan of Sheep, but there is a Rusty on the board, which is going to complicate matters for our blue player. Just debating on the positioning here, this is, of course, going to force some sort of a retreat from our blue player, unless they elect to Rusty the Sheep. However, the Rusty on the Sheep could present some challenges, because you may just not be able to actually get things accomplished the way you need to. I played this map first time today and legit forgot the bottom of the map existed. Yeah, this row is often not relevant. All right, the Gonzo goes down onto the Jin Sting. Extra 500 damage potentially being represented. Panic point flip. This is a dead Woolly Bully. It looks like we're going to trade the Snowball for it. Blue positioning in order to discourage the Klepto, of course. Are we going to hit the sheep? We are going to pin the sheep in place. I think you still have to back this Innocuous up or you risk it dying. Chat. We're going back to all the old faithfuls. All the old faithfuls. We got Boss coming down with Gonzo already in play. What year is it? Where's my Jumanji memes? Now, to be fair, in those days, we would not have seen Rusty. And we probably would not have seen Sheep either. So, the more things change, the more they stay the same or something like that. Rusty going in, actually pinning the Jin Sting in place. This is kind of cute. We do get the hit here. 4 keys down. But the Klepto is powered down. Thanks to the blue. Can you see? Yeah, you can see all the effects down here. So 5, 10, 13, 15, 16, 17. Wait, Sizzle? Slight key advantage for our blue player, but that's a Sizzle, and, like, I don't like this positioning from our orange player. This is a dead sheep. These are dead. There's, like... There's a lot of questions I have right now. That's a big you're fired. Orange player getting cooked. Yeah, that's... This one's tough. This one's tough. I think our blue player is officially taking control of the board. That being said, this is some big splash going down. Is that Jin Sting vulnerable? Quite possibly. Do you have Shish Kebab up? But you need some extra help to kill this. Shish Kebab is the one that makes the most sense. This allows you to try and retreat the Gonzo, or I guess go after the boss. Yeah, if you're going to do this, I think you just double hit. Yeah, I guess you... Ooh, okay, so the Gonzo's available. Wait, what is happening? I'm so confused now. We're just gonna have to wait for this to play out because I don't know what was undone. Alright, we are gonna Gonzo on the Sizzle. Makes sense. That allows for the takedown. We do get the fire onto the boss. Maybe our orange player stabilized. I mean, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Phobies to 3, but the 5 are very damaged. Ooh, this is... It is a pretty healthy Klepto. This is going to be a very big challenge to kill our orange player's Gonzo. We do have shots from the laser. So Innocuous probably kills the Sizzle and the sheep. You don't need to move the boss. I guess it's just to get the boss out of the fire. Oh, no, you do because Sizzle is dimensional. I keep thinking it's a monster. Okay, so Klepto can snipe the Innocuous. You can't slap the Innocuous. Well, that's dead anyway. I was like, where's Sizzle for a solid minute before I realized it was camouflage in flames. Yep. This, not looking great for our orange player once again. Double hits from boss coming in. This is a fairly healthy Klepto. I don't know. This is 900, 1300. Yeah, this is a dead Klepto, and then there's only the damaged Gonzo. I think we can safely call this one, chat. Bentastic looks like they're taking this game. The juiced Gonzo, or juice, yeah, juiced boss. Juice from the Gonzo, for good measure. GG, well played. What the hell's going on with these spam bots? I mean, they're getting eaten by, thankfully, by automod, but I don't understand why there are so many spam bots showing up. That's weird. All right, I'm not sure what game in the series this is. We've got Yaxen and Lord Shinra here on Penny Drop. There's a Tiny Tim on the board. There's also a Smiley. What? Okay, we're here now. That's a 600 health heart. I imagine Yaxen kind of on their last legs. That's 5,800 health. Oh, no. The Collapser. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think the Collapser can get there this turn. That's a diseased Venus. 2 keys remaining. 0. Our blue player needs to score some takedowns yesterday. Triple panic point advantage. Is this sufficient? I feel like there should be a boop into a kill on this. Like, you boop the Innoculus up, you snipe Shinra's Innoculus, you body block with the tiny... Wait, why are you doing that? It's at 824 health. I don't like this. I don't like this. Admittedly, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it doesn't matter. I'm trying to take in a lot of information very quickly, but I feel like you need, like, in these dire straits, you gotta take some of the takedowns. You have no way to stop this Globster. There's also a triple panic point advantage, so that's just ball game. GG, Shinra looking like they're taking this game. I don't know if I'd say in style, but they're taking the game either way. GG. Got him. All right, chat. I think we may be moving on to the next round. Let me check and see. Daniel and Bentastic are going into game 3 shortly. Let me update. So we did get Catmad. There we go. So Catmad 120. Daniel and Bentastic are playing Alien Engineer and a Markin. I don't know what their series is at. Let me see. Why do I not see them? Okay, so it looks like A-Markin won Pyro Abyss, Alien Engineer won Penny Dropped, and now they're playing on Fornacified? But their game isn't active, so I'm not sure what's happening. Or at least the UI is not showing it. All right, so it looks like I'm just double checking the final score. All right, we're going to jump in here with A Mark and Alien Gear. I believe they are in game 3. This, I think, is A Markin's map pick based on me skimming the chat real quick. They played a game after we witnessed the Pyro Abyss one, and it ended on Penny Drop in Alien Engineer's favor, hence the rubber match. Now, I'm watching because I think we do want to join that Daniel Bentastic game 3 if we get the opportunity to, mostly because we haven't seen them on stream all that much. Lobster is there for emotional support. I think I saw that earlier. This is an interesting map choice. The map ban system sometimes results in strange things, but again, we had a similar discussion in Game 1 between these players where you often don't want to give Alien Engineer the map pick and, like, letting Alien Engineer go second on stalling maps or stall-ish maps can be very dangerous. You're taking your tournament life in your hands because Alien Engineer has proven and demonstrated time and time again their ability to properly utilize a tractor. All right, so Shinra won their series 2-0. So Shinra, Lord Shinra X, is going to play the winner of this game, whereas the winner of the Bentastic Daniel game is going to go on to face Catmad in the round of 4. So we'll see what we're going to get from here. Just checking to make sure we got everything squared away. Other players are just getting their final map pick in, Bentastic and Daniel, whether they're going on to game 3. Just clarifying the ban situation there. A Markin boldly skipping Gravedigger. Yep, and as soon as I look back, there's a Crushmore on the board, so. Nuki, what's good? Does A Markin possess Mark Zuckerberg? What? Where the hell? Who came up with that one? Like, obviously, I get what you're going for there, Jamerity, but, like, what? I also don't know. I don't know. So, the aforementioned attractor is, in fact, making an appearance. Ooh, the other series is picking Carousel. I have a feeling we're going to be able to come back to this game. So we're going to jump over to that one once I see them actually get started in Discord. Or at least we'll try. This one, players are absolutely going to be taking their time, and I think we can come back 50 turns later, and they'll still be in roughly this position, possibly just with less keys. A-Mark can bank it up to 7. 13 keys to 12. Minor. Very minor. Key advantage, A-Markin. Interesting, then. I haven't seen... not that I've seen. I know Alien does have Chuck. Interesting. I haven't seen a Gravedigger skip here unless there's a Chuck. We'll have to see. A-Markin's clearly got something in mind. 4 Phobies to 4 Phobies. All right, Daniel wants to go first on Carousel. We'll give it a minute or two for them to get the game started, and then, like I said, we'll swap over there, or try to. See if we can get some of the new faces onto stream. Attractor Gaming. Alien Engineer does have a proclivity for deploying said phobie. And apparently so does A. Markin. We're going to get a little bit of mirror match action going on. We have one turn on this terraform, one turn on this one. So I imagine that's how one of these plays is going to set up. Both players playing chicken with the other, trying to decide, is this going to happen? Watch out, Alien's going to go Cerberus. A lot of people have been saying that that's the answer. We haven't seen enough Attractor to really decide whether that is an answer, to be honest. Shove Shark. I think we're going to see something happen. You can come back in 20 turns and Alien will still have 12 keys banked. Well, if they manage to gain 3 keys somehow, that'll be more impressive than anything else, but point taken. All right, let's see if the other game's ready. It is not. I don't... There we... Whoop. Hey, what the f... There it is. All right, swapping games here. They are underway already, clearly for a turn or two. This was Bentastic's map pick. Interesting. Very interesting. Not. We're not going to go there right now. Instead, we're going to go with Bentastic and Daniel. We get in a little more rusty gaming here. Carousel is a very interesting map pick. I don't think this was chosen all that much in the Swiss rounds. In fact, I vaguely recall somebody saying, wait, someone actually chose Carousel? The map pool, admittedly, was not spectacular this time around. We can only work with what the devs provide because we don't have the ability to do all maps, create custom map pools. The custom map pools I'm creating are simply based off of what the weekly rotation is. We have no impact on adding more or other setups. So, you work with what you got. All right, looks like we might get a creep trade, or this is a bait from our blue player for the creep trade. Nope, not going to happen. 500 damage on this Rusty means it's going to tank hits from the creep. 2 panic point advantage for our orange player. Crushmore coming down. This is a pretty solid position. Chat, what are the odds we get a heebie-jeebie special? What are the odds that we get the special? And we're also seeing more Rusties. You love to see it. I do kind of wish Rusty did a little bit of damage. Like, have you ever seen a bear trap? You're taking damage from that thing. Ooh, all right. Okay, we're going to body block with the cat. I was going to say this is offering up a potential death for the cassowary, but this sets us up perfectly for the special. Get those channel points ready. Is it going to happen? Are we going to see it? The EBGB special in top 8 of Fright Night. It's a rarity. It's not unheard of, but it's a rarity. I cannot understand playing Carousel by choice. Some people are just masochists, I guess. No heebie-jeebie special yet. Instead, we're going for the takedown on the cat. This does allow the Rusty to replace. It, of course, will not be long for this world. 3 keys to 9 keys. Our orange player is offering up a potential big swing play. We're not offering it up, but gearing up, rather, a better way to put it. Gearing up for a potential swing play. All right, get a little life leech on the cassowary. Of course, the corn able to take it down. Possibly our orange player was fearing a trap on the center, and that's why they didn't take this? So the Rusties are going to trade panic points a little bit. We're evening it out for our blue player. Positioning the Hevo. This is fine. Obviously, tanks through the Henrietta, but now, like, the heebie-jeebies play would have been better if you did it last turn. Now you have this weird setup. You do get the creep poison going down onto the Cassowary, and a 3-0 panic point advantage. Cassowary does have leap available. That means that this creep, in conjunction with everything else, not long for this world. But we do get the Hevo follow-up for our orange player. 7 keys banked for Daniel. Are we going to get the big play? The big 7 key coming down, or is it going to be a combination? 4 Phobies already on the board. It's not inconceivable that this Cassowary manages to... Wait, what? What are we doing here? Hevo squashes the spider. Corn softening up the creep. We're going to burn shish kebab on this for some reason. Yeah, I was about to say, the math isn't likely to work out here. The idea was that they wanted to recap the panic point and then just kind of sacrifice the Cassowary. But you're not going to develop enough health. Okay, we're going to do it this way. This preserves the shish kebab at least, which seemed like an unnecessary expenditure. People were asking about it last night, but there is Wiggy. We're getting an update from the other game. Chat is saying that Alien Engineer's on the ropes. Do we need to switch back to that game, chat? Do we need to go check the conclusion? The heebie-jeebies special! It happened, chat. We're getting the block, of course. There is a lob in place. There's a significant amount of damage here, but this terraformed obstacle is not going to go down all that quickly. 8 keys available for our Daniel player. 4 keys remaining for Bentastic. Never mind, still 6, because they took back the Bad Omen. Okay, Trap does help soften this up. Wiggy, of course, representing a lot of damage. There's a world in which this obstacle goes down this turn, but still a triple panic point advantage for our orange player, pressuring a lot. 3,800 health on the heart, 5,000 on the other. Cool, even 1,000 for Mount Crushmore. All right, the statue does go down thanks to the trap. Wait, is this Crushmore dead? A jar kills this. Ooh, the big sacrifice. Maybe that's why the play stays in the heebie-jeebies. Hematic Ginsting. The final 6 keys expended by our orange player. Still 5 remaining. That overextension, I think, may have cost our orange player the game. Wiggy can, of course, come in, sacrifice its body for the team, maybe a couple of other 1 keys, and then all of a sudden, it's a very formidable offense. Or defense, rather. Wait, is this dead? This can't be dead. 380, no. If Fireball was up, then the corn is cooked. We got some popcorn. Showing up to the movies. Or I guess the circus would be more appropriate here. Snowball, claiming it, stemming the bleeding a little bit. Still pressure onto our blue player's heart. Still pressure onto our blue player's heart. We do get the takedown here onto the Snowball. The corn is still dead. Double hits from this, possibly an advance from the Hevo. So I'd like to see, personally, something to help defend the top. But the problem is, like, you're going to be down to 2 Phobies against their whole team plus 5. Like, yeah, you got to do this differently. I think you do still possibly still kill it with corn, but now you can move the corn to where, say, the Ginsting is. Then your opponent has to at least commit in. Like, they got to make an effort to try and reclaim these points. Yeah, you could dive for this, but I don't know that I love the dive. You do have a little bit of something to burn. Jaws! Jaws! That's a love bite on the Wiggy. Daniel with the 50,000 IQ play, planning that out from, like, the Bronze Age. I don't know what you do is fantastic to get out of this. You snipe the jar, that is one thing. This is a 1600 health. This is dead. The only way I think you win this is if you go hard. Yeah, to be honest, I almost like this. This prevents the cap on the bottom. Potentially, the question is, does the math work out that you can keep anything alive? You can't body block out the jaws because it'll be an easy pick. The corn is now a threat, hypothetically, on the jaws, but it's going to leech so much life. 730. So you need one hit from this and then one hit from jaws. That clears the Jin Sting. I don't love the corn positioning because it's not going to do anything to jaws. The only thought I have is maybe you're doing it so that you can put it on the center panic point and force them to interact, but it's going to be trivial to remove it. It looks like they're setting up a trap bait, hoping that the Hevo or the Jaws comes after the corn. The more likely one is the Hevo, so I think you put the trap to the top because the Jaws or something. One of these is going to claim the middle. But this is the part I don't like. I think you needed to run the Hevo and leave it on the lava. I feel like this is checkmate at this stage. You can't claim that top panic point with anything. It's just too far away. 1200. Actually, you might be able to kill this. There's a base race in the other game. This one looks like it's going to be over in short order, so we're going to maybe be able to swap back soon. I don't think there's any way out of this for Bentastic. You can kill this, but it requires 2 hits, which means the Jaws then kills this. Yeah, I don't think there's any way out of this. I think even post Crushmore Sacrifice, there was an opening. But now I think all hope is lost. If this is in range of Jaws, it's dead. We're going to have to review this Alien A marking game at some point. All right, somebody make note of it. Either put it on the spreadsheet or just remind me. We're not going to get to do it today. Maybe like during game reviews or something, but we're not going to get to do it today. All right, Bentastic trying the old end around here. But that's 1350 health. Like, you're not going to have the panic points assisting you. You don't have a good way to recap. If I were Daniel, I just run the Jaws and like staple it onto the Hevo. Because even if it connects once, it's going to leech enough life that unless you stepped on a trap also, and even then there might not be enough damage. Yeah, you do this. Yeah, exactly. You stand here, and now Bentastic is toast. Triple panic point advantage going the other way. I hate to call them in these top 8 games, but yeah. GG. GG. Game already ended. No way. I don't know what we're no waying about. All right, chat. Just getting some admin stuff squared away. Unfortunately, Bentastic was 20 minutes late. So they got a game loss in the first game. So that means Daniel advances. Not unfortunately that Daniel advances. What was the score? Wait, what the fuck? Are you serious? Oh, yeah, we gotta watch that game. Holy shit. Chat, we've had our first draw in the top 8 of Fright Night. Akune, what's good? We've had our first draw. All right, let's see. So we do have our other bracket squared, other end of the bracket squared away. Just getting the players set up. All right, just checking on. This is absolutely wild, but I'm glad that we're going to get to watch the final game, assuming they don't draw again. How the fuck did they draw? How did they draw? The good old tournament management, I see. Yep. Good timing, Akune. You showed up for quite literally the last ever Fright Night. Welcome back. Welcome back. Chad, I get the sense I'm going to have to order some food. Yeah, you got a lot to catch up on, Akune. We got some balance patches. We got a bunch of stuff. The balance patches, we got new releases. We got new maps. A lot of things going on. A lot of things going on. All right, A Markin, we're just waiting for them to choose. All right, they're typing now. I was about to ping them and be like, did you fall in? Like, we're going to hold still, chat. Last Fright Night? Yep. It was the last ever Fright Night. And A Markin wants to go second. They were choosing to go first before. That is incredible. As for all the reasons that we kept discussing. So we're going to jump into this one. Shinra is going to play the winner of this game, so I'm pretty sure that's how it worked out. Yeah, Shinra. I'm just adding Shinra to the thread. Whoop. You know about that, but you're not back to the game? Fair. That's allowed. Watch them draw again. If they draw again, I'm going to lose my mind. The odds of draw, I'm sure it's happened. Like, there are a lot of Phobies games that get played, but, like, does anyone actually draw on Hold Still? Like, for an Assified, it's stunning that we got to draw at all. But I can kind of understand it. It's a very small map. If they're both using dimensionals or something, like, there's ways for that to happen. But, like, on Hold Still? Don't know about that one. But if I had to pick one, I would be a Frosty lover. Frosty is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. We did see it in an earlier game, although I don't know really. Well, I think it only showed up and then they undid it. But, like, it clearly didn't have much of an impact. Here we go. What might be the final round of 8 game for our final Fright Night? Alien Engineer and A. Markin are in game 4 of this best of 3. How does that work, you might ask? Well, the off-stream game drew in game 3. Off-stream game drew in game 3. So we're on a 4th map to determine who's going to advance and meet Shinra in the round of 4. This was A. Markin's map pick. See how it works out for them. We're getting apparently very similar openers. Some very similar openers. Got 1 keys. We got Tooth Fairies. A. Markin pulling out all the stops. Chat is pointing out that we're going to have to go back and watch the game 3 between these players. Somebody's got to remind me. We'll do it on game reviews or maybe another night. We'll have to record it so that way we don't lose it, so it doesn't fall off anybody's profile. And both players took a lot of time in each of their games because this one's for all the marbles. You lose in these matches, you go home. It's single elimination in top 8, although it's best 2 of 3. I'm hoping that we don't get another draw, chat. Of course, with all the memes. Thinking we're going to go to a game 6. No, this is not the World Series. I'm hoping we don't do that. Don't get me wrong. I'd love to see that many games between high-level players with cool stuff happening, but we do have an event to move forward. Catmad's game on The Floor's Lava is a great Frosty play. All right. Same thing. If you guys see a cool game that we didn't get on stream that you want to see highlighted, put it in the game reviews highlights list, please. That way and maybe ping me also, because then I could record it offline and then we could watch it together, or at least I could put it up on YouTube. Expect the unexpected, expected a stall match, got a draw. Well, those aren't mutually exclusive. Those aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. Gonna need more water soon, chat. I'm gonna have to run in between the games. Get a little lobber action. Alien Engineer positioning aggressively here. Getting that diagonal conga line going. It's not quite a concave yet. The early terraform paying off for A. Markin, or earlier terraform than their opponent. Getting the break here to allow for a little more positional advantage, or potential positional advantage. Ginsting coming down. We're getting some fairly standard phobies on this particular map. We have seen some spice throughout this entire event. We saw some wild plays, even with the more standard Phobies, your Akiras, your Attractors. But we'll see if either of those Phobies show up on this map. I have a feeling Akira is going to show up. Like, let's be real. This is a very powerful Akira map. Attractor has certainly made its presence felt on this map before. We'll have to see if that's what ends up happening. Now, due to Alien Engineer's setup, as mentioned, it's aggressive, not just from the positioning, but also the Phobie choices. You have 2 1 keys, so you can sacrifice one of them, maybe push one or both of these unclaimed panic points. Amarkin can only really claim one back. Well, I take that back. They do have the Henrietta, which I kind of miss because it's just tucked back here. Kind of like a spider. Sometimes they're sneaky like that. That's kind of their whole thing, right? Be sneaky, ambush predators. They're not all ambush predators, I guess, because some of them, by definition, build webs and traps and stuff. But so we're getting that positioning set up. So you go 1, 1, 1, 1. Technically, Alien Engineer comes out on top in this key exchange if both players try and fight for this top corner panic point. But Amarkin's new signature Phobie in Puff is going to get deployed. It's going to be difficult to try and get the bomb unless Amarkin can get around the top and then try and get a northeast to southwest diagonal bomb. Of course, you could get the straight east-west ones. That's going to still be challenging because clearly Alien Engineer is going to end up figuring it out. They're going to see that coming a mile away, maybe more than a mile away. 7 keys available for Alien Engineer. 5 are going to get utilized on Noxious. There are 2 dimensionals here. No healers in sight. There are several that could come out, and as my previous thumbnail indicated, Leshy is undefeated in the weekly tournament series Monster of the Week. Amarkin is the player who's been leading the Leshy charge. Not quite ready for Leshy, but we will see. All right, we do get the claim with the Crushmore. This also puts it farther away from the Noxious. The Dragons are going to square off from behind their side of, we'll call it a mountain range here in the center. The Pog Rock. Oh, there's another one here. I don't think I noticed that one before. But of course, both players, as mentioned earlier, being very careful. The loser of this game is going home. And nobody wants to hold that L. Nobody wants to hold that L. They want to advance, want to try and win their share of that 8,000 coffee that's up for grabs. Once again, the devs are providing all that, so shout out to the devs. Amarkin just checking, double-checking, triple-checking their positioning. Both players notably bringing out bow mangles, inching up those turrets to provide an anchor point to try and pivot, maybe set up a push, or at the very least a defensive line from their opponent. We're getting kind of a death ball in the north. We can get a hit from 4 of these Phobies onto the Crushmore, but it does open up the Blom play. Dragon Gaming, it's true. I still feel that the way the models look, at least their standard idle, I think Noxious looks way cooler than Puff, personally. What do you think, chat? Are you on Team Puff or Team Noxious? I'm also partial to Noxious because of the color scheme. Where's Akira? Showed up in earlier games, but neither player are prepared to drop it this turn. I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to set that up. Both players have multiple ways to take advantage of it, aside from, of course, regular attacks. They have some slight AoE in the Jin Stings, AoE in the Noxious and the Blom from the Puff, so there's a lot of different things that could happen here. Amarkin choosing to make the first move. They, of course, do have 7 Phobies on the board, as does Alien Engineer. So the sacrifice of some of these 1 keys means that you will free up space. However, Alien Engineer does come out ahead in this key trade exchange. 17 keys for both players, 12 banked for Alien Engineer, and suddenly 12 for A. Markand as well. Ooh, we're getting the invade here. Some Gin Sting damage. Not quite enough to actually kill this Crushmore, but we're going to get the double push from Alien Engineer. This is going to result in not only a panic point control going forward, because A. Markand likely can only cap one back, but also some additional pressure on the heart this turn. 6,400 damage is 78. Given the spread here, this is going to be a challenge. There is a Blom play. Wow, I can't talk. There is a Blom play available that is pretty safe. You can get the Cook here onto the Hevo and the Noxious to soften things up. Of course, combinate like Gin Sting clears this Cowbell. Bow Mangles along with Tooth Fairy clears the Cat. You get the Blom, maybe some hits on the Gin Sting, but the counterattacks are going to be where things are decided. 17 keys in the bank for Alien Engineer, the classic Alien Engineer move. Ooh, we're going to get the Blom instead onto the Cowbell and the Tooth Fairy. This is probably much safer because then only the Gin Sting is exposed, and if the Hevo stays... Well, the Gin Sting's not actually exposed because we're going to get the retreat. I'm not sure why. Did this not attack? Or I might have missed the attack from the Crushmore in the top. It must have attacked. I don't care if I'm the only one. I still like Puff's look. I mean, Puff is fine. It's just weird because it seems like it has an asymmetrical nostril due to the way this looks. I'm pretty sure this spike is supposed to be in the center of his nose, but it looks like it's just on one nostril. Clinico getting in the mix, getting prepared. Interestingly enough, like on the ladder, I feel like it's very, very rare to see healing Phobies outside of Muffin. But when you get into these high-level games and you get into what you know is going to be an attrition game, these Clinicos and other healers get a lot of value. Realistically, it's just Clinico besides Muffin because ultimately, Blulian got its nerf and the other ones never really show. So weird, where's Moffat, Octo, where are the pullers? I don't know if maybe the players had a gentleman's agreement to not use displacement Phobies, but yeah, this is a displacement map. Like, this is one where you typically see that kind of stuff. And we're just not. We're just not. Now, A. Markand is able to push some chip damage on a number of Alien Engineer's Phobies, or at least a couple of the Phobies. There is damage spread throughout A. Markand's team, but hey, speaking of displacement Phobies, we do have the newly nerfed Akira. So I anticipate we'll get some Fire Breath here, a retreat, obviously the heal to get the cooldown going. Maybe we don't get the heal, but A. Markand is in a position where they do need to commit something else to the board. Pullers are so last season. True. Uh-oh, I'm getting a ping in Discord, chat. Hold please. It's just Karst asking about things. Karst was asking me an unrelated question. That Phobies podcast that I was talking about, I did reach out to Karst a while ago. We haven't been able to coordinate it, but maybe that'll happen. Maybe that'll happen. If you're interested in a Phobies podcast, let me know who else you would want to see as maybe guest hosts. So due to the Akira nerf, we're not going to see the Akira pull this turn. 14 keys available for A. Markand. I'll be honest, I fully expect an Akira to hit the board. Like, why would you not put Akira on the board, either just to set up your own positioning or to at least threaten your own Akira, to displace their Akira, rather. The problem is, if you don't put the Akira on the board this turn, right now, I think you're going to start falling behind exponentially. because you're just pushing the potential for your Akira play out farther and farther and farther and farther. There it is. There it is. No one should be surprised about this. Akira is somewhat the Akira counter. People whine about displacement phobies more than ever. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true, but maybe. This might be a kill on Bowmangles. No, it's not. It's just shy. It is a 4-to-1 panic point advantage. Still over 5k health on the heart remaining. 5k anxiety. It's interesting to me that it's the anxiety level and it goes down. But when it goes down too low, that's when you lose. You would think the anxiety level would have to rise and then it would induce a heart attack or something. All right, Akira, not quite ready for Alien Engineer, but soon. Soon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 8 keys remaining with 1 spot. I don't anticipate Alien Engineer is going to go all in on a singular phobie. Yeah, we're going to get a Clinico here. Still leaves 5 keys available. Probably a heal onto the Tooth Fairy since it's the lowest health. Plus, other things would have to reposition really far. I kind of expect that we're going to get the Crushmore going behind the obstacle here so that the pole doesn't screw things up. I think Alien Engineer's trying to set up a Noxious hit onto the heart so that it splashes onto the Crushmore as well as other things, because you're going to get the Akira moving forward that'll pull the Noxious up, I think, depending on how things are positioned. That lets the Noxious then hit the panic point and then target the heart. The Bowmangles can't stay here. Is even just a regular pull, like a regular Akira pull, means that that is dead? Is that worth an Akira pull, though? It's not like a one-turn cooldown that you can just burn. You could just burn it for a single kill, and that's certainly the correct play in some circumstances, but it feels like a waste here because your opponent's Akira is going to be live very soon. Just incinerating yours and putting it on a long cooldown feels like a game-losing move. A sassy Clopster would be nice. You missed the Clopster in the earlier game. You lose your fears when you have no anxiety, I guess. That's fair. I think that's a good interpretation there, DT. Ooh, we are going to get the kill. Is there a play that A-Markin missed? We could get a big splash here onto the Akira. 2 turns on the cooldown. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. No healing in sight. This could be a big deal if this Noxious connects. This is presumably a dead Bowmangles, but exposing the Jin Sting like that means you're trading Jin Sting for Bow. So yeah, I don't think this pull... Really? Okay, so this is a better splash. This is hitting multiple dimensionals, including the Akira. The Akira is ready next turn, though. If you kill the Bow, the Crushmore is kind of out of position. Well, you can swing the Jin Sting and the Crushmore into another position, pull that way. But it looks like Alien Engineer might be interested in... Yeah, they're preserving their Akira. The heal goes down here. So all of this was simply to set up... This can't be worth it. There are 2 turns on this, so I think Alien Engineer's plan is one of attrition. Yes, you're sacrificing the Noxious, but you do free up your other 5 keys. And this means that a bunch of damage is going down on multiple phobies of your opponents, and they don't really have a great way to capitalize on an Akira yoink this turn. Like a hard commit from Alien or A-Markin, say they Akira pull, however they set it up, and they commit hard, they're going to end up losing things. But there might be a Blom play here. 5. That's 3. So it looks like A. Markin's just going to take the easier kill here, try and set something up on a future turn. The Tooth Fairy is going to die. That will free up the final 5 keys for A. Markin, but next turn, not now. This is a key temporal component. That time advantage is going to start ticking and moving in Alien Engineer's favor. I expect a Muffin to come out next turn, but that's still going to take 2 turns to walk up and get utilized. This is a big positional advantage. This buys a lot of time for Alien Engineer to get this Akira cooldown back. Still have 3 turns, of course, but every turn that this damage is ticking on A. Markin, it's going to present more and more of a threat. I mean, the poison alone is going to kill Puff, so you have to muffin the Puff, and then you're going to have to Clinico the Akira. I just don't see any other way around it. There's not quite enough damage to fight these 3 in the north, so Alien Engineer is going to have to play it a little more defensively. We know A. Markin has access to Muffin. The Muffin has not been utilized, so like I said, you can fly Puff back, Muffin it, and then Clinico next turn to keep the Akira alive, assuming that you don't have an Akira play set up already. Chat with the big debate on whether this was worth it or not. Is Alien Engineer going to burn any of the remaining 5 Ts and commit to this? They should have commuted. They should have committed. Fair. Chat, I need water. I'm running out. These players have to be mentally drained at this point. We do get the Shove Shark, though. Does that matter at this point? I mean, clearly you can make plays, but this is something that I feel like you needed earlier for the Akira, for on, like, the Akira pull turn to get a better positioning that you want. Here, it's just going to result in... Okay, so we're going to pull the Akira back to heal it, and then we're going to Clinico... Okay, this is probably more efficient. This makes more sense. This keeps the Puff further up and more active. But yes, the Puff is going to have to retreat to ensure that it doesn't die. Definitely want the Clinico right next to it so that way it can heal next turn. Panic Point advantage has slowly been ticking in Alien Engineer's favor. Notably, that Terraform is live. There's no Terraform available for Alien Engineer. Is that going to matter? I don't know, but 3 of the last 4 keys for A. Markin get invested in a Shove Shark. Shove Shark is going to win somehow. One way or another, Shove Shark is going to win. What is the angle that A. Markin is trying to set up? Are they going to send this Akira north or forward? I would imagine north. Little hydrate action. The thing is, the current Puff positioning, I don't think there's... And I think A. Markin may be realizing this. I think you needed Puff here. I think you needed Puff on the Panic Point. Because I don't think there's going to be any way that you can pull Alien Engineer close enough to set up a good line Blom. Or a good conga line for the Blom. I think it's going to be necessary that you're going to take 2 turns to advance, and at that point, this is going to be back up again soon. Now, A. Markin could hypothetically bully Alien Engineer out by pinning them against the wall until A. Markin is prepared to utilize the Akira Yoinks. Honestly, a heebie-jeebie special here might not be bad. I don't love this positioning. So right now, you could get 1 hit from Akira Splash. You could get 1 Tooth Fairy hit, 2 hits from here, and this. This is 7, 11, 20, 13, 20, 16, 70. So it's not enough to kill this unless... Actually, this could be a pick from Alien Engineer. This could be a pick on the Crushmore from Alien Engineer if you hard commit. You have to send everything after this. And right now, A. Markin rather, is not presenting enough of a threat to really push this back. This could be a throw right now from A. Markin. Puff dies the Jin Sting AoE. That might have, I assume that was in response to me saying it needs to be on the panic point. I don't think there was any way to reach it at that point, but I'd have to go back and look in the board state. I do like the heebie-jeebie special idea, but I don't like claiming this panic point right now. 3,800 health. It's getting scary, but you don't need to rush it. There's no real way to present enough damage to kill the bow, I don't think. And you're going to be, as A. Markin, walking into Alien Engineer's next Akira turn, so you got to make something happen this turn. And it has to be decisive, because the counterattack is going to be crippling. You can't be around these tiles, or you're going to lose some amount of your team to the Akira pulse. It's just the way it's going to work. To be honest, I'm not sure how A. Markin reclaims any of these points at this stage, now that the game has gone on long enough that Alien Engineer's Akira's back online. There might be a boop play here with the Shove Shark to, like, break this and then threaten these normally. Like, this doesn't do anything. This will pull the Puff forward one, but that doesn't get the Puff into position. The Puff needs to end up on this furthest most Abyss tile to really get something. You might be able to get a kill here. Okay, so we're going for the Akira. You could get 2 hits. You Shove Shark the bow forward, but that's not enough. Okay, this is kind of cute. This is kind of cute. I think this is going to result in a... Ooh, double hit. Okay, okay. That's only 800 damage, though. Yeah, it's not enough. I like the look. I like the look. I don't like this. I feel like you need the Puff at the top of the map. So A. Markin on full retreat here, which I can understand if you don't have the play, but I think you needed to... Is there a kill on Puff here? There's a kill on Puff here. The game is over. I think A. Markin would have been better off shoving with everything all the way up at the top. Like, just bundling up, getting the death ball, say, if you want to pull me, you have to fight the whole team. That does sacrifice this bottom panic point, and then the Jin Sting hypothetically doesn't end around and goes for your heart, ultimately. So maybe you have to break something off to help defend, because you are now getting kind of low. I think nudging Puff was the play there on that turn with the Akira pull. I think there was a way to set that up, but I don't think Akira can be the target. Like, Akira has too much health. I think you're better off, like, trying to find a way to kill the Ginsting and the Tooth Fairy, which is more health to chew through than just the Akira, but removing 2 threats from the board greatly reduces your opponent's damage output. All right, so we get the Yoink here. We do get a Blom this way. You could shove the Puff and then end up here and get the Blom through the heart, but that's just a dead Puff. I don't see an immediate... Like, it's not jumping out to me where this goes. So, like, if you go down here, you're not killing this. You also can't heebie-jeebie special the center, because if you do, Alien Engineer shove sharks the Akira and then ends up pulling the Crushmore into the pit. This is safe if it goes forward, because only these 2 can hit it, and they're not going to present enough. So, like, that more... I feel like A. Markin's being paranoid here, which I can understand, but if you don't push up, you're just slowly losing the game. Yeah, I think Alien Engineer just passes here. Until A. Markin presents a credible threat, there's just no reason to do anything. All right, so we do get the heal on Puff here. The team is fairly sturdy. The Puff can, of course, now become much more of a threat. But the Puff needs to rotate to the top. There's no other way to set up a meaningful Fire Breath. The only... Like, you could get a horizontal one, but it's just not going to be as important. That's one way to phrase it, Shinra. You saw Russell on this map versus A. Markin before? That might have been the Leshy game. I don't remember. All right, so Puff is kind of exposed. Question mark? The classic Leshy W. It lives on forever in our hearts. All right, both players basically at full health on their Phobies. A little bit of chip damage on A. Markin. Pretty much 100% health on everything, including the heart. Pretty much 100%. Ooh, we do get the heebie-jeebie special here. I do like this. Who's going to get sacrificed? Like, somebody has to claim this panic point. Yeah, you move up. Is that worth? I don't know about this one. Okay, you can Blom and get out. Oh, we're going to go for the double attack? I don't know about that one. This counter yoink is going to be crippling. I don't mind the heebie-jeebie special in the north. Like, this seems fine. You maintain the yoink. You maintain the yoink, but you still have to sacrifice something. Something's going to die when it takes this panic point. This top left panic point. This is questionable. 1,600 health is a lot, but I don't know if it's enough. Like, I don't know about that Puff being there. I feel like the Puff should be where Bo Mangles is, but the Bo Mangles has to be up there because otherwise it's going to die. All right, this is going to decide the game. This turn right now. This is a dead Puff, isn't it? That's a ball game, folks. Like I said, I didn't think the puff should be there. I didn't think the puff should be there. Can a Markin salvage this? They do have their own Akira pull. Okay, so this is not unsalvageable, actually. I think that it's possible. You move the Shove Shark in front of the Akira, you yoink, the Clinico ends up in the pit, then you get a hit from, like... Yeah, you don't put the Clinico there, quite obviously. No, don't do that! Okay, that still puts the Clinicos in the pit. Wait, what do you... That's okay, just... No, move the Clinico back, it's fine! The Clinico does nothing! Just back it up! Yes, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Wait, what are we doing? I don't know if you're going to have enough damage now. This Akira is going to go ham. The thing is that these two Phobies are essentially locked out of the game. You just have to... If you kill two of these... If you kill Ginsting and Tooth Fairy, you might be fine. No, you're going to run out of time! The clock! The clock! Not like this! Oh my god! Chat! Oh my god! Why are you waiting until the last second? My anxiety levels can't take this. 2,000 health left on the heart. Clinico. Clinicking its last. Or something like that. Clinico is the win condition, quite clearly. You know what's funny is, like, this Shove Shark taking the bottom panic point could be a serious threat. You have to respect it because you're only at 2,000 health, so this panic point damage is going to add up. A Markin must have let out the biggest exhale of their life after that last turn. Just... By the way, A Markin still has one key left. Now, A Markin is going to have to... Oh, no, both Akiras are on cooldown. Both Akiras on cooldown. Chat just catching up. Chat catching up. Losing their minds after that last turn. This is why Akira's in the game, for this sort of stuff. This is why the devs thought that this would be funny. Why they thought it would be fun. A Markin with a panic point advantage, probably going to try and snipe this Shove Shark down here. Do you have enough damage? No, you don't have nearly enough damage, but you do have to respect it. This makes sense. Clinico abuse? Yeah, the Clinico had a rough time on that Akira turn, I'm not going to lie. Chat, are we going to see the double heebie-jeebie special? We might see a double heebie-jeebie special. This Terraform is coming back up. You could block this off, and then all you have to do is secure this bottom panic point, and then Alien Engineer is effectively locked out of the game until the Akira comes back. So really none of that is actually true. One key remaining. What is the final one key? We already burned Muffin. Are you going to go for damage? You going to put like a Contortio, or do you want something like Boomer to try and both mess with the Akira math and just be tanky? Chat, this is a game of all time. This is a game of all time. Contortio is the play. Completely blocking off the Shove Shark. Now, I could see the Shove Shark still taking the panic point, even though it's going to die, just to flip it with only 2k health left. But that is, it's tough. It's tough. Instead, Shove Shark's going to retreat. All of this started with the fact that Alien Engineer sacrificed Noxious for Fairy plus Muffin, which was mathematically not enough. Wait, Fairy and Muffin. I guess because the Muffin for the... Wait, who is Fairy? Tooth Fairy? Was that what they got on that turn? Because, yeah. Ultimately, not sufficient. We do have the potential for the second heebie-jeebies special. I told you, get them channel points ready, chat. You can't get an aggressively positioned one, because if you put it here, then it opens up hits, double hits from the Hevo. You clearly don't want that. Even if you put it here, you could get double hits due to the Shove Shark, so I don't think the heebie-jeebies special is the correct play if Alien Engineer positions that aggressively. Remember, Alien Engineer's team is pretty healthy, so Amarkin does have to respect it. We get blue! 3 blue in the round of 8, chat, at least. We witnessed at least... Like, we witnessed the 3. So there were at least 3 blues showing up in this round. Honestly, I don't hate it. The AoE on Akira will splash and off the blue. Combat Akira's going in. Do we like this? I don't know if I like this. I feel like you're better utilizing the 1 key in another capacity. I could be wrong. There's a world where you try and get aggressive here with the Jin Sting, but I don't think it's this one. Because you could Shove Shark and then put the Jin Sting on the panic point to hit the Akira once, but then the Akira counterattacks, eliminates the Jin Sting in conjunction with the Shove Shark. I think you're better off maybe setting up a heebie-jeebies special in a center with the Crushmore. But yeah, the Crushmore, due to its low remaining health, can't really be a threat because you're going to end up with something terrible happening due to Shove Shark. Amarkin did a good Puff sacrifice. I was concerned because the Puff was dead, but Amarkin with the foresight knew how this was going to play out, apparently. Red. I'm telling you, we need a cycle of balloons. We got blue is a monster. We need, like, red is an undead or something like that. And you do it for dimensional and you do it for mechanical. Mechanical balloon. That seems weird. Or you do it for all the colors of the rainbow. Takedown on the Contortio. So Alien Engineer is left with the final remaining 1 key in the form of blue, meaning they could hypothetically end up recapping the panic point advantage. Amarkin's not out of the woods yet. We got 1 turn remaining. We got 1 turn remaining. Actually, this is live. Okay, so Amarkin accepting the blue power down. I think they're just accepting that the Akira is toast. I don't know that I love this. I'm not a huge fan of this, to be honest. I think you're better off waiting for your Akira to come back up and then, like, setting up threats. Maybe the risk there is that the blue just ultimately gets there. But, like, you're going to lose your Crushmore most likely on this turn. Is it possible for Alien Engineer to get 2 kills on this? I think you want the bow back 1 space. This Akira is dead, question mark? Yeah, I think the bow wants to be there. I think the bow needs to be there. Mech balloon, the one that can't fly and doesn't pop, it just rolls on the ground. It would be the only balloon that does damage. It would literally be called Lead Balloon. That would be kind of funny. This, okay, so the only problem with the positioning that I was suggesting is, like, this means that these two are, like, only one of them can counter hit. The Hevo doesn't die from this exchange. But the Akira does. I think Alien Engineer might have found their window. If you shove forward, you can't kill anything. Instinct doesn't do enough damage. You do have bees available, but that's only 720 damage. This is an 800 health Akira, plus you're not killing any of these. I mean, you could target this, you'll do 135? No, that's not it. What am I saying? 150. Like, you're doing less than 200. You could shove shark this forward. That's 8. Or you could just attack. Okay, so this will kill, but you end up exchanging in a bad way. The positioning on these is brutal. I don't know that Amarkand expected the southern Akira pull. I'm not a huge fan of the more defensive play like this, but why sack the Akira for nothing? Because I think they were expecting a different pull. I think they were expecting a different pull here. I think the shove shark needed to be moved up so that way you could push the bow in for a double hit. Chat already dooming Amarkand. Incredible series out of both players. Incredible series out of both players. But I do kind of agree with chat that I think Alien Engineer needs to make another critical mistake in order for Amarkand to take this. And I'm not sure how they do that. There just isn't quite enough damage in order to claim the Akira. Even if you could, you're going to lose stuff on the counterattack and not be able to follow it up. The Hevo is still very, very healthy. Bo is going for it. That's a dead Crushmore. That's a dead Crushmore. Oof. You can feel the frustration through the internet for Amarkand. You can feel the frustration. 1,300, so that's 8. Oh, man. Like, you have to commit everything to kill one thing, and then you're probably hosed on the counterattack. Like, this part is obvious. You now have 460, which is notably 10 health more than this does in damage. Ooh, we're going to snipe the Akira. I don't hate this. We'd have to have the Jin Sting back off, though. The repositioning is interesting. The kill on the Akira might be okay. The thing is, Alien Engineer could get very, very aggressive here. Push the bow towards the heart. Claim this point, and then send the Shove Shark here. But they're going to back off. Okay. Panic points are now flipped, and remember, only 2k health on a Markin's heart. There's not enough damage in the north to kill here, which means the bow will die if it stays. I think you take one hit, back off, and then try and consolidate your forces as a Markin. You can take a couple turns worth of heart damage. I mean, anything else is just certain death. The Shove Shark is live, so you could maybe move the Ginsting up one space. But that's it, because if you have it here, you're gonna... the Bow Mangles is too much of a threat. The Evo has to leave. But I'm not sure how a Markin takes these panic points back. This is a tense one. This is absolutely a tense one. The problem is with this split, there's no way to get to the Hevo. And you can't kill anything else. So Alien Engineer just has to not throw here, and there's just not enough turns left in this game for a Markin to really set this up. And of course, the Evo's in position to set up a lob here. The thing is, there's not enough damage from the Evo to kill the Bow Mangle, so it could move up one more and then threaten a push with the Shove Shark to kill something. The Shove Shark now has a clear line to the bottom. Like, that's part of the issue. You can't give both up. You have to use the Bow Mangle's health. You don't have a choice. It can take 2 hits from the Hevo, so I think you Shove Shark it. Like, you move it up 1. I think it should be down 1 space. And then you could Shove Shark it, like, threaten the Shove Shark to kill the Hevo. The problem is the Ginsting can't... And the Ginsting and Shove Shark can't beat the Bow Mangle's Shove Shark. A lot of weird moves, so the game has gotten weird. The game has gotten weird. That is for sure. This is the last turn. The upcoming turn, because there's going to be 400 damage coming in from the panic points. You got to do something as a Markin. I don't think they're in position to do anything, to be perfectly honest. I unfortunately think this was kind of checkmate several turns ago. An incredible set of plays out of both players to even get to this stage. But yeah, I unfortunately think that there's not much that a Markin can do. GG. GG, well played. The marathon top 8 has concluded. We'll move on to our round of 4. Alien Engineer is going to advance and face off against Shinra. All right, here we are. Penny dropped. As mentioned, Well, I went over it in between. We have Alien Engineer banning Exponential Decay. Floor's Lava was banned by Lord Shinra X, and Alien Engineer chose the Penny Drop. So we'll see what happens here. Yeah, I see chat lamenting the ban on the Floor's Lava. Alien Engineer did demonstrate a very aggressive strat that I know a lot of people were attempting to utilize. It's not going to be seen here, at least not in this match. Hey, thank you for the subscribe. Much appreciated there. Welcome. Welcome. We're working our way towards that 50 sub goal. We're going to get that formal wear stream. I'll rock my suit on stream. Of course, we have a couple other bit goals and things going on. So shout out to anybody who subscribes or donates. Gonzo is a mainstay for me right now. Even after the nerf, I'm using it more. People have Cupcake to use that instead. No clue why we didn't see a Cupcake from Alien this whole time. It's interesting. The players clearly had certain things in mind. I'm sure stuff like Cupcake or Gonzo were crossing their mind during the match, and it just always... They probably have the same problem I do, where it's like, oh, I want to do this thing, but every turn there always seems to be a higher priority. Now, Shinra here going with the Eternal Monday strat. Going to body... or shish kebab the opposing fireball, then body block with a 1 key, send the 1 key back to heal. Getting the follow-up 1 key. Not enough damage here from Alien Engineer to truly threaten the snowball. Is there? No, Shish Kebab got used. Yeah, because of the counter cat. I was going to say, like, the combination of these in a jar should be a dead snowball. But we get the Corn Showdown. This is looking familiar. As we get to the top, this is why I like seeing tournaments and competitive events. The ladder is a disaster. Trying to figure out and collate data from the ladder is going to be very weird for a lot of reasons. Anybody else pronounce Shinra's in-game name as Shinrax? I think I did the first few times. Partly as a joke. And also to the nod to the Xbox 360 era names of like XX Dark Lord 360 No Scope XX or something like that. All right, both players setting up their corn minefield. This is probably, we should probably expect a longer game from this as well. DT also pronouncing it Lord Shinrax. That's not a character name, is it? That feels like a He-Man bad guy. You know what I mean? Lord Shinrax allies with Skeletor. Well, Shinra is also 2 syllables. Rhymes with Drax the Destroyer? Sure. Triple panic point advantage for Alien Engineer. Maybe not quite the slow game we were expecting. Alien Engineer slowly bullying Shinra out of position. Following up with the Hevo. I'm a little surprised this Hevo wasn't pushed farther forward. It certainly shouldn't die, even if you collapse with literally everything. And then you also get to retaliate in probably crippling fashion as Alien Engineer. But either way, really? Huh. That's just really interesting there. That's really interesting there. Did Alien Engineer choose player 1? No, Shinra chose player 2. Ultimately, same result, but different player choosing to do it. There is a thought that, and I think Potenzi has suggested this, that you don't want to let Alien Engineer go second on maps that are stalemate-ish. The reason being is that, I mean, Alien Engineer's tough no matter what the scenario is, but you don't want to give them the extra key in these exchanges. How's Shadow Force doing? They're still hanging around. I think they're still top 10 on the ladder. Shadow Force has participated in at least one relatively recent Fright Night. I forgot which one. Down go the 1 keys, 1 remaining on the board. Phobie quantity advantage is at least in Alien Engineer's favor for now. Clearly won't last for very long. This Klepto took a beating already. Yeah, unless you have your own jar, this sucks. Like, that hurts. Assuming that's true, Jamerity, that literally won't have that effect. In fact, it'll cause the opposite. Not the opposite as an attractor buff, but it just won't have any impact on it. Like, whatsoever. I applaud the effort, but it really won't. It'll have zero effect. Alright, we're getting the death ball set up here. Triple panic point advantage once again. Alien Engineer applying the pressure. Maybe this whole going second thing isn't going to quite work out. 5 Phobies. Alien Engineer maxed out. Going to be able to bank up to 5 to match the 5 keys available to Shinra. But there's no way to pressure right now as Shinra. Just not enough range. You might be able to snipe this snowball. No longer. Never mind. But you'd, of course, be walking into the lion's den. There's quite possibly a trap in between these 2 obstacles. You're in range of jar, this, and this. You're just kind of hosed. Flipping the panic point. This Klepto's dead. Isn't it? 7. Yeah, this Klepto's dead unless something weird happens. Alright, Shinra realizing the potential here does muffin the Klepto. Getting the innocuous follow-up. Yeah, I keep hearing Catmad as the Frosty main, but we only saw it briefly, and it didn't even stay on the board. Alright, Cook Contortio is officially on the menu, boys. Complete repositioning from this Hevo. 3,200 health. Alright, Shinra trying to make something happen here. With the shish kebab down, this means that there is less of a threat. 9 keys available for Alien Engineer. There's a hurtin that can be put on this Klepto. That's a dead innocuous, is it not? Maybe not. Maybe not. Because this is down, so you can only get like 2 hits. You'd have to commit really hard, so this innocuous should be safe. Honestly, if Alien Engineer rotates the Hevo, nah, that's probably too susceptible. I was going to say, if you rotate the Hevo to the top, you might just be able to shell the heart to death, but that's probably not going to happen. Hevo going to take a quick vacay in the healing spa. Frosty is such an amazing unit, so sad it doesn't dominate. It's another phobie in a long line of phobies that I wonder how many people even have. It's difficult for a phobie to dominate if people don't have it, or even if they have it, it's low level. Like the vast majority of the community probably just does not have access to a lot of these phobies, and therefore they just have no opportunity. That's a tickles. Alien Engineer more than willing to trade 1 keys. Massive life lead. Panic point advantage. Key advantage. Shinra in a rough spot here. They are able to shell the heart, though. That will help close this gap much more quickly than Alien Engineer probably wants. Alien Engineer is going to have to put in some effort in order to try and ensure that the jar does not get sniped. I don't know that I love this, because this is not going to die, is it? Ooh, okay, okay. Except you're going to lose your Inoculus now, right? Can you punish that? This hits... So this is 2, 6, 20... Okay, body block with the Bachelor. All right. All right. There's something happening here. Shinra's cooking. Shinra's getting cooked. Oh, no. Corn strikes again. This has got to be game, right? You're going to just, like, lose almost everything. I mean, just tickles and this kill this. This isn't enough damage. That seems unnecessary. Okay, going for the panic points. Fair. You do get the jar on the counterattack. Quagmire. Ooh, if you're Shinra, you are not happy with this particular development. All right, Shinra setting the plays up. That's a dead corn, though. I think you do get the 1 Klepto hit. Klepto has to leave. Oh, we're going for double Klepto hit. Honestly, okay. All right, I could have gotten behind maybe that 1 advance, because then you can challenge, you can kill the, yeah, and then you send the snowball in to cook the... Like, there's a different way to do it, and then you cook the, Quagmire? Or the Hevo? The corn's gonna go down here. Alien Engineer is up in, like, virtually every respect at this point. Because this is an easy takedown. You can even kill it with the 2 keys you have. Triple panic point advantage once again, and that is a very, very sturdy Quagmire. The thing is that you can swing Snowball down to the bottom. Quagmire can reclaim the center point because you'll clear it out with Klepto, and then it's... Alien Engineer's not really in position to fight this stuff. Yeah, you don't have enough damage here. I think Alien Engineer a couple turns ago could have done things a little bit differently to get this set up. Now, notably, Shinra does have some traps somewhere. We just don't know where. Maggie. Maggie going for the heart snipe. Honestly, this might work out. But Shinra might not be in terrible shape at this point. As long as you keep the Klepto around to defend the heart, you might be okay. I like the damage spread. Push a little damage on this, even though it's going to heal it off. Panic points flipped. Did Shinra take this? Did Shinra take this? It might be happening, chat. It's more likely than you think. That being said, Alien Engineer, in the last game, we thought the game was over multiple times. Ooh, trapping the snowball. It's not really trapped. It can run. So I think you go 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, reclaim the panic point. Then you set up to double kill the, yeah, this makes more sense. I think Alien Engineer should just put Quagmire on the heart. I don't think it's possible for Shinra to kill it. Certainly not without relinquishing all the panic points. Wait. Where did Quagmire start the turn? Was it on the top panic point? That's as far as it could get? I already forgot. If it could have gotten one space closer, it should have gone one space closer. Shinra making the correct move. Don't move the Quagmire. That is not going to die. This is dead, which sucks, but it's not the end of the world. Maggie probably claims his bottom panic point. Yeah, I think Alien Engineer's got this. Because the Hevo is going to be able to claim the panic point back, hit the heart. Klepto just doesn't have enough damage. Like, you can't kill the Quagmire. It's just literally impossible. GG, a much quicker game than what we've been seeing. Alien Engineer takes game 1. Game 2, Alien Engineer, Shinra, Carousel is Shinra's pick. Match point, will Alien Engineer close it out and book their ticket to the finals of Fright Night? Or is Shinra going to pull it back to a game 3? So long ago now, but I remember Triple Hevo being a mark and signature. I do kind of remember that. A lot has happened in the just over 2 years of phobiness that we've had. Well, we're getting some familiar openers here. Chat. How do you think corn eats? Do you think that its leaves are prehensile? I mean, the feet ones obviously are. Do you think the ones that are up around its face are? Like, how does it get stuff into its mouth? Because people are afraid of Frosty the 4.0? What? Frosty is Hevo 4.0? Or do you mean... You're talking about Plaid, Hevo, air quotes, 4.0? Alien Engineer, that whole game plan that was brought up of, like, don't let Alien Engineer go second because they'll grind you out. Doesn't seem like it's affecting them too much. Alien Engineer seems perfectly at home going first, even in these small maps. Bank to 6 yields a Crushmore. 8 keys available for Alien Engineer. I imagine we'll see something less than 8 keys. Alien Engineer is not one that is prone to going into very large key investments. So overall, how much has the game changed? I think it's changed a significant amount if you base it on last... Like, the previous Fright Night had a lot of variety. I've been telling people for years now, in order to enact change from the player side, yeah, you can petition the devs, you can do write-ups, you could explain things, and they might listen. But the reality is that the most telling thing they're going to have is if you are just ruining the game for everyone else by abusing the crap out of things. And I think that that's the most effective way to try and enact change. You're not trying to, like, scare people out of the game, but prove that a tractor is broken. Prove that Akira is broken. or that it's doing things that you don't want to happen in the game, or the devs wouldn't want, as in, like, it's producing a gameplay loop that nobody likes. And I think showcasing it like this, as we saw with a marketed Alien Engineer, is great. However, I could absolutely see the devs watching that game and saying, hey, that was a really skill-testing game. That's exactly what we want. And then it's just up to everybody to decide, is that the game you want to play or not? We need more communication from the devs as far as what they want the game to look like. But again, for all of the whining about Phantom, 0. For all the complaining about Shove Shark, it's like 50-50 right now. Because the games where one player had it, the other player spawned it as well. But it hasn't been in every game. So we're going to fight over a single panic point, because why not? Shinra pulling the old A. Markin strat from the banned Phobies series. Repeller Crushmore. All right. So this is a new game to explore? It depends. I mean, we now have had... This is the second Fright Night post-balance patch. We had one where there seemed to be differentiation among strategies. I mean, we saw some attractors, we saw some Akiras, but we're talking like 2 kind of thing across the entire top 8. Obviously more in Swiss, but not oppressive amounts. This one, we've already seen more than we saw in like the entire top 8 of the old one, as far as I can recall. Somebody would have to correct me on that, like go back and look. But I would complain, why Frosty not meta? Fair. But like in this scenario, so for a while we did have bans in Monster of the Week. This was pre-balance patch, and what did we see? Repeller and Crushmore just showing up almost every game. So there are other things that need to be addressed. Ooh, we're gonna get the heebie-jeebie special, maybe? Maybe? I don't know if this is a good idea. Shinra. Ooh, we get the boop. Why did this not end up on the lava? I think that's just partly a matter of who has it. I think you're right. Shove Shark. Speaking of Shove Shark. Getting a little Shove Shark action going on. So Alien Engineer not interested in trying to do a similar play to what Shinra was trying, but I think the way the boop logic works, it might be different. And honestly, I think the play that Shinra was trying to set up could have worked. So like, if you had dropped the block here and then moved the repeller to where Crushmore is, that should have pushed the corn onto the lava, right? Ooh, this is interesting. I don't think it's all that valuable, but it's interesting. I thought we were going to get a one-key run across the top. Just some repositioning here, avoiding potential counter boops from Alien Engineer. What? What? Chat being weird. Shinra trying to get something set up. They do have a slight key advantage, of course, being the second player. They have that extra 1 key. 6 keys available to him, Alien Engineer. only 5, but both players have an available team slot open. Shove Shark and Phantom are making an impact in ladder games because people actually have them and they can be used without levels, but what the impact is, I'm not sure yet. I wouldn't be surprised if both have negative win rates. Mostly due to the skills required to utilize them. Like, yeah, there are obvious things of like, oh, well, I'll boop up my 3-ranger and now it gets 2 hits because you just wandered into range. But what's more likely is that the board states get complex and people don't realize what's necessary. All right, we get the Quagmire running across the top. 1 key remaining for Shinra. The aforementioned second player advantage. I think this is a dead Repeller if Alien Engineer wants it. I don't know that there's enough damage to kill the... So that's 8. Yeah, so the Crushmore would die. Guess that's not worth it. I just realized this is an exact mirror match with 2 unclaimed panic points. True. Average carousel game. Yeah, I don't know why this map was chosen. Like, it is a valid map. Like, it's a map you're allowed to choose, but why did you choose this? Why did you do this to yourself? It didn't have to be this way. It did not have to be this way. As Alien Engineer's debating pushing additional damage on the Quagmire, like bringing something out to slap it. We're going to go with the Bachelor. Alien Engineer's setup, hypothetically, they could just try and go into a 1-key trading war and win this now that they have 4 keys remaining to Shinra's 1. We get the displacement here. 590. Yeah, there's not enough damage. I was going to say you could hit with the Crushmore, then displace and kill the Repeller, but you just don't have enough damage unless you commit the Quagmire, which at 1300 health, it's going to die if it goes in. I don't think it's worth it yet. Notably, the nerf from the Corn means that this Bachelor is not immediately going to die if there's a trap on the center panic point, which, given how long it's been, there's probably a trap there. The Alien Engineer going to the top, almost certainly no trap there. Did the game grow community-wise? I think so. I mean, the problem is there's no real good way to tell. That's not dead. Wait, it is? What did this take damage from? What did the Repeller take damage from? Oh, did it kill a Bachelor earlier in the game? Was this a blunder from Alien Engineer, or was this bait? Because this might be a dead Crushmore. Oh, this is certainly a dead Crushmore. It's just a matter of what kills it. I don't know if Jar is how you want to... Okay, we had a little bit of undo. We get a challenge play here. This allows the Bachelor to swing back in. One key remaining to 1 key. Back, is this the finals? Nope, it's semifinal number 1. I'm not trolling. It's semifinal number 1. Game 2. I should put that on the overlay. But with no more Fright Nights, not necessary. Oh my God, Shinra taking over the game. Are they? Are they taking over this game, or am I being premature about this? Shove Shark in position to shove the Quagmire. This is not looking good if you're Alien Engineer. Not like this. Oh, not like this. Okay. Okay, I got worried for a second. I got worried for a second. I don't think there's any... Actually, there might be enough damage to kill this with the Shove Shark. No, no one key can reach. That's 70 health remaining. Triple panic point advantage. Boop is not up, but you can certainly beat up this Shove Shark. See, yep, ball game. Alien Engineer, gonna throw in the towel. We're going to game 3, chat. Here we are, chat. The decider game holds still. Alien Engineer's map choice in this semifinal. Number 1. You do good pizzas at home. I worked in a restaurant. Fair. That was a quick Burger King review. I don't hate Burger King. I think it's superior to McDonald's, to be honest. Including the fries. Like, McDonald's fries are fine, but like, ooh, we get the droney play out of Alien Engineer. Fast food reviews are gonna have to wait. Getting the droney opener, huh? No real threat here, especially since that's a Henrietta. Can't really poison a droney. That'd be weird. Although I know some people have called for that. Poisons for mech. Just rush Cerberus and win on time. If somebody goes Phantom Cerberus in the finals, I'm going to go ballistic. Like, I'm going to lose my mind. We did have that in a game review last week. That may be possible, Urk. But we don't know. We also would probably still be playing the Swiss rounds, in all seriousness, if this was async. Async is just not logistically viable. Certainly not for a single-day event. And I'm not sure if even doing it over... Like, we did that for the first 3 Fright Nights with way less people, and it was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. I've talked about it on stream, the challenges, like yesterday when we were going through all the potential changes for tournament systems, since we're no longer doing Fright Night. And one of the things that came up, because somebody had literally messaged me during the day yesterday and said, hey, are you ever going to run async events? And I said no, because of the logistics. The biggest issue is, and I haven't really come up with a solution for this, if somebody no-shows a game, or 2 people, the same 2 people in the same match, no-show a game in an arena event, you can either draw or somebody gets a loss, whatever. There is no way to do that in async. There's no reasonable way. And it's entirely possible that you would have to wait several days before you even declare someone as away. And that's a problem. That's before you consider other, like the introduction of more time zone issues and other things. And I know everybody's heard all this before because I've said it a lot. But for all the people in the back that are watching this on YouTube, shout out to YouTube. Likes and subscribes, blah, blah, blah. You know the deal. Getting a Hevo 2.0. Somebody was asking about where these have been. Here they are. The Boop Man cometh. Something like that. Are we going to see Hevo 3.0? Does Shinra have Hevo 3.0? I expect we're going to see a Akira this game. Honestly, the droney opener on this map isn't terrible. It's similar to This Might Sting a Little. It is reasonable. But obviously after the panic point capture, it's a twice as expensive sacrificial phobie. I think the biggest thing is going forward for anybody who wants to run events Because again, I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to run tournaments after this, of any kind. I have to do some thinking, but I think the biggest thing is Miss Jaws map still here? I mean, it's still a map, but it hasn't seen the light of day in months. The biggest thing for me is map curation. I think that map curation is going to drive both the meta, because obviously certain maps will be better or worse for certain strategies, and certain maps are just, for lack of a better way to put it, poorly designed. They reinforce drawn-out strategies, which, if you like that, that's fine. From an event perspective and from a general, what it seems to be like everybody playing perspective, most people don't want to play 75-turn games. Now, we have I was keeping numbers, like the average turn length was between 20 and 20, or game length was between 20 and 25 for the last Monster of the Week weekend. So we'll see. Alien Engineer getting a little aggressive here, picking the AWOL. I don't know why AWOL was out here. Yeah, we do get a little Octonauty action. I was rambling a bit. Gonzo is the follow-up from Shinra. Octo trying to get a cheesy takedown here. I don't think that's going to happen, but we'll see. Gonzo for Alien Engineer as well. We're already infinite % more Gonzos than we were in the last two games. Notably, Hevo cannot one-shot Droney. Lol. And Gonzo finally, yep. Get that little Gonzo Bonzo action. Ooh, we get a juiced Hevo. Is this dead? That can't possibly be dead. 12 and 16. Yeah, it's 1900 health base, right? Yeah. Actually, no, it can die, but then you'll die to the octopus. This Hevo's dead anyway. Is this a throw from Shinra? No, this is a bait from Shinra. This is bait. This is bait from Shinra. No, you can still do this. Do you lose the Octonauty? Yeah, you lose the Octonauty from damage then. I don't think this is going to be enough damage. Even if you juice it. It's 1300 health. I think you're going to be like 200 damage short. Oh no, you can drone. No, you go for it. Wait, what? Okay, never mind. Where did this take the extra... The undos screwed me up, but that's a dead Hevo 2.0. I guess it is a throw from Shinra. I was thinking there was going to be an Octonauty yoink in a different way, but this one works as well. This one works as well. Why not a puller to counter the yoink? Yeah, that's the joke, Jamerti. I don't know. We've seen a like distinct lack of displacements overall. I mean, as much as we were complaining about the Akira mirror, it's just like, I don't know. All right, so we clearly get the takedown there. Effectively, it was a Hevo for Hevo trade. I mean, I guess Gravedigger went down as well. So maybe Shinra came out okay in this, but I feel like the investment of the Hevo was too much to say that this is even. Like, the Evo 2.0 is a big loss, and the Octonauty's not going to die, so this is going to live to pull another day. 10 keys available for Alien Engineer right now, 15 overall, 9 total for Shinra. Probably not the position you want to be in. This is very much a classic Alien Engineer setup. The classic. The good old blunders. Something like that. Rushmore. Shinra debating the invade here. They don't have Gonzo quite yet. The yoink is up, so you have to be cognizant of that. Yeah, I don't know if that's really helping you too much. Alien Engineer is going to have their own Gonzo available soon. This is a tough hole to climb out of. Even on the key count for now. Panic point advantage Shinra. Are either player going to drop an Akira with the 9 remaining keys? Maybe. I'm still confused why there's late shovels and sometimes no shovels at all. I think that is one of the more notable things, is that there are so few shove sharks. The late game shove sharks are kind of an oddity to me personally, but I don't know. They're playing, I'm not. I mean, an argument against it is that it's 3 keys that could be invested elsewhere. Of course, that's true of any phobie. Insert key cost, and it could be invested elsewhere. But it does larger thing. Zappy? Oh, okay. Sure. We've officially seen more Zappies in Fright Night than we have Phantom. Hashtag just saying. And I'm confused about there not being 2 attractors, 4 gin stings, and a cupcake. I'm sure there is a level of the players just wanting to use phobies besides those. Like, in recent weeks, we've seen a lot of Mario-Luigi pairings, Hematic and plain gin sting. But you're right, we haven't seen too many. And I'm not clear on why. Yep, we got the mother load hitting the board. Trying to set a... Do you trade the Octonauty for Gonzo here as Alien Engineer? Would I ever play in a Phobies tournament? Not one of my own. 3 mechs, I don't hate Zappy here. I mean, it's a cute idea, but it's just so rare for Zappy to show up full stop. Now, Shinra does not have a displacement tool, so Zappy has additional value, because the one move can be a liability here if your opponent has yoinks or boops, but they don't. Zappy was definitely not on my bingo card for this map. You and me, both. Get the yoink on the Hematic. In conjunction with Gonzo, this is probably dead. Now, this does open up for a big motherload juiced response. Yeah, it looks like there isn't quite enough damage, in which case this is 100% not worth it. Zappy here will do great 100%. We'll find out shortly. My neck hurts. Kidneys hurt, too. Oh, kidney. Them kidney stones, chat. Not good. Not good. Alien Engineer playing it patiently. Down panic points, but honestly, I don't know how Shinra commits into this. They only have 1 lobber. Obviously, Octonauty's threatening retaliation. All right, we're going to get a juiced more bees. I get this is probably just math testing. You could count everything up, but I think the intent is just to look. That kills the stabby, but it's going to pull this into range of the zappy. Like, that can't be what you want. Like, this is 100, like, you just lose everything there. All right, so we're going to do this first. But you're going to sacrifice the Bachelor and the Gravedigger to prevent this? Wait, what? Droney's still doing nothing. It's still a threat. It's still a threat. So Shinra's out of keys. I think a commit in here is game ending. And not in the way that Shinra wants. I think. Time is absolutely on Alien Engineer's side. Now that Zappy's in position, it's... Can you snipe this? 1900 health. It is possible to kill this. This is as tanky as a Matic. At least baseline. Panic point flip in favor of Alien Engineer. Playing it safe. Alright, we're going to get the juice to Matic going in once again. What is the target? Target is Stabby. Alright, so I think the intent here is, yeah, so you can get the mother load in. You could do the big AoE. This just seems like Shinra's dead. Unless this... I don't know how this trade works out. So Gonzo's going to kill Creep. Octonauty's going to kill Motherlode. Zappy's going to kill Hevo. And Crushmore's going to kill Gravedigger. And then it's Bachelor, Hematic, Gonzo versus a lot of stuff. Is the poll down? No, like... I think that was a throw from Shinra. Now, admittedly, I don't know if Shinra had many other options left. This is kind of one of those where it's like, okay, well, the game's going to end anyway. I get my outside chance as Alien Engineer screws up somehow. Actually, Gonzo may not be able to kill the Creep. Okay, yes, it can. I couldn't remember Creep's baseline health. And Zappy now kills Hevo. Alien Engineer admittedly under pressure. But the Droney could go back cap a point. Like, go take the top left panic point or something. Or whatever. It doesn't even really matter. Still have 45, 65 on the heart. This is damaged. You still have keys, by the way. Yeah. This game was over more than a few turns ago. My shoulder's very tight. I haven't been stretching it the way I should, chat. See, Droney did something. Octonauty admittedly does go down, but like... Yeah. Ball game. GG, Alien Engineer. Alright, semifinal number 2 between Daniel and Catmad. We'll see who's going to meet Alien Engineer in the finals of the final Fright Night. Pyro Abyss is the map choice. This was Daniel's map choice. Carousel was banned by Catmad. Floor's Lava was banned by Daniel. We'll see who has the better game plan and execution in this game. An early Finnegan, this did show up, I think, in the earlier game between Daniel and Fantastic, if I recall correctly. Aggressive Gin Sting. This is, like, Daniel definitely has an off-the-wall game plan for this map. We see a lot of snowballs and things to try and claim these center points, the edge points, but not the case here. We're actually going to get a cooked Finnegan. This is probably dead. Is it dead? 330? No, Jar can't reach. Never mind. Never mind. Spud? Okay. It's a bold move there, Cot. Just ping him in Discord. What do we got? Yeah, the Finnegan is... It's a Shove Shark. Not the recent Shove Shark. The OG Shove Shark. Repeller, huh? You loved Finnegan on this map? I literally don't think I'd ever saw you play Finnegan on this map. Daniel might be cooking with his opener. We'll see. We'll see who is the cooker, who is the cookie. Yo, who wanted to see Frosty? I know you're in chat. Let me hear it. We see you. Get that Frosty action. Ooh, baby. That's a Frosty. That is, in fact, a Frosty. You know, the Frosty's not a terrible answer to the Repeller either. The Repeller's not just... No, there's no way to get to it. Is this freeze worth it right now? It probably is, right? The Rusty might make this more complicated, though. Like, do you go for this freeze? There's not enough damage on the board to actually threaten this Frosty right now. Even if they lock it in place. Well, we're not going to see it. Frosty taking a more defensive posture. Blue Chevelle. It's funny that Finnegan, who predated Shove Shark by so long, is insane. Why do people keep putting Jar here? Why does this keep happening? Dad, did I miss something? Did I miss a memo here about the meta shift in Pyro Abyss that now these stim pads are critical? I forget whose game we were watching that they parked a... They were player one and they parked a Jar on the stim and it didn't move for like 40 turns. And it did nothing. In fact, it was actively detrimental. 7 Phobies, but Rusty can be popped, possibly, in order to free up a space. Catmad banking to 7. What is their response other than tucking Jar into the corner where it'll never do anything ever? It's a Tractor. A Tractor plus Frosty seems like a pretty nasty play. What does Daniel have as a response? Well, I can tell you this much. They don't have Fire Phobies. Not at the moment. Panic point disadvantage. Is there a way to make this happen? There is a Frosty freeze play, but that means you're opened up to stimmed Gin Sting hits. Alright, we're going to get a poke onto the Frosty. You got to move that Gin Sting or something terrible is about to happen to you. Alright, we're retreating from the attractor. Oh, not like this. Oh, no. Did this really just happen? This is live. Wait, what? Okay, sure. Why wouldn't you take the stimmed freeze bomb to hit this? I mean, this is fine, but now you traded Snowball for Tooth Fairy instead of killing it incidentally at a later time. Like, you could have froze everything, then next turn rolled up the Spud to get it, body blocked, and, like, there were things you could do. Maybe they didn't want to pull, because it would have done 800. Like, would that have killed it, and then it would have pulled it onto the lava? I'd like to see someone actually use this heal spot in the bottom corner. Like, I'd also like $10 billion, but one of these things is more likely than the other. All right, we got some Raucous Kerbloom, huh? That freeze would be a waste? What do you mean no damage? Doesn't it do... Oh, it does no damage. I was looking at the damage here. I thought it was going to be doing the 500 on the freeze. Okay, that makes more sense. Never mind. That makes a lot more sense. I thought the freeze did damage also. They probably just thaw it with Snowball. It wouldn't thaw right away. Why wouldn't you pull Rusty to freeze Klepto and Finnegan? I don't know. There's several lines that don't make sense to me. I mean, even ignoring the one that I messed up, what I was saying with the stim, because I thought it was going to do damage, like, there were freeze lines available. And since you have a tractor, having something frozen is a big deal. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know what the hell Daniel does against this. Certainly not with, like, this setup. This is, like, almost Tiny Terror's setup into ultra rare gaming. This is, I'm assuming you're asking how far we are for Tute. This is semifinal number 2. So the winner of this will go on to combat Alien Engineer in the finals. Akira is not live, so I think you just wait a turn as Catmad. This works too. Triple freeze is hard to say no to, right? That seems pointless. That's not going to die. Oh, yeah, you can poke it with Jar. Never mind. The Jar on the stim is going to do something, chat. It wouldn't, but they wouldn't be able to kill Ginsting either way. Wait, what? Shove Shark. A tractor pull is down, but, like, look at this. This is not a board state you want. You don't want to be on this side of this board state. A Jar hasn't moved? True. Catmad is a very good defensive player. Then everybody better make sure you've had your coffee, because that means that the next round is going to be very long if Catmad makes it there. Kerbloom going down for freezies, but that means that a lot of bad things are going to happen. Sizzle comes out to help thaw. That is the most anemic-looking attack animation ever. It's just sad. I don't think there's enough damage. Is there? Ooh, we do have enough damage. That's a dead attractor. All right, we get the double thaw. Snipe the attractor. Is this enough? Yeah, I don't have the other scene on that tells you how long until the commercials come on. There you go. Another ad shouldn't happen for an hour, according to Twitch over there. We'll see. Boomer. I don't know what. Okay, yeah, the boomer to prevent the jar from getting displaced. That's going to allow the the klepto takedown. Or enable the klepto takedown. Several things going on here. Shove Shark can assist in taking this down. Did Akira attack? No. Obviously not. This has to be game, right? There's just no coming back from this. These are still frozen. There's just no coming back from this. I don't think the follower-subscriber thing is accurate right now. Because we had a new subscriber earlier, and I don't think it was Luffy, unless Luffy resubscribed again after that, and I didn't see. I doubt. Either way, it's kind of annoying me, that overlay, that it's not working the way it's supposed to. The boop on the Akira, oh man, this is just brutal. GG, I think it was... Well, you guys might be catching up. You're not even where I am seeing the further carnage that is being enacted. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Rip Finnegan opener, but I don't think that's getting the job done here. Ouchtown population U, bro. I think we can safely move on. Cat Mad speeding up games with the Tractor Akira. This is what I'm talking about. Like, it kind of is. It kind of is. Interesting that Cat Mad's freeze one by making his opponent spawn 2 melees. 1.5 melees, I would say, but I don't know if that, like, the freeze happening at all. Like, any response from Daniel at that point, I think was effectively meaningless. Because, like, you got almost half, you got 3 of 7 Phobies frozen. Like, how are you coming back from that? Admittedly, there is, like, some pressure here, potentially. With Panic Point advantage, even with this pressure, there's 6k health on the heart. I don't know. Rock is stepping on toes. $950 health. I think you just kill the Finnegan to get it off the damn stem. Alright, we snipe the Raucous instead. I don't like this. I don't think there's any way Cat Mad loses this at this point, but I would have killed the Finnegan. I think you could have killed the Finnegan, because the Shove Shark was, like, here, right? You just stand on the lava, you kill it, and then you track down the Raucous eventually. No, well, the Akira pulls up anyway, so it doesn't matter. Game 1. Cat Mad. GG. Finish him off in style with the lava. Although I guess you wouldn't have killed it anyway if you... How is that possible? I guess you wouldn't have got it the other way. I guess it had too much health, but GG. On to Game 2. Game 2, semifinal number 2. Coming in late? Those UI problems. Definitely different openers than what we've seen already. Gravediggers coming out, breaking some blocks, getting the points cap. This was Daniel's map pick. Chose to go as player 2. We'll see what CapMad has up their sleeve. So the big debate lately, as has been the case for many months at this point, is Akira Attractor and other quote-unquote problematic phobies. I don't know. If I was running events after this, I haven't seen anything demonstrated that showed me that those phobies were a problem and not the maps. I don't know if it's necessarily the phobies and not the maps. Temptress out of Daniel. I think you guys know what I'm going to say. I don't need to actually go through it. Truthfully, if people don't like... In one game, Akira was OP and ended the game quickly. In another game, was fair and balanced and took forever, so what do people want? Yeah. I mean, if the goal is to overall shorten games, like if Akira is demonstrating that sometimes you got to pick a lane, that's why I've said on many occasions that, like, it is fair to have a long, drawn-out, extensive, draining game. Like, that's fine. It's also fine to have, you know, the quick and bloody games where, you know, the game's over in a few turns. Not everybody's going to like either one. And I'm not clear on the idea that a Jaws... We did see Daniel utilize this pretty effectively earlier. Is this going to be their way back into this series? They are on match point, or CapMad's on match point at this stage. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. It might be someone else's problem, whoever's going to try and run events. The discussion is interesting to me in general. Because which is more important? Interesting and skill testing games or short games? The Temptress is just dead. We do get the snowball to try and preemptively thaw. Says the Temptress, I guess. I don't know. Jaw's gonna try and dive in, create some havoc, but I don't know if there's a window for this. I think I have another mosquito bite. Tired of these damn mosquitoes. There must be one, like, lurking in my house somewhere that it got in. I don't know how the hell this is happening. Jaws, the game is sealed. For who, though? For who? Alright, setting up the battle lines. Jaws consuming more phobies. That's an 1140 damage Jaws. Hope Daniel doesn't think Boom works with it, because that doesn't work. Kerbloom. Okay. Can I run the next Fright Night? I mean, you can do it in your own Discord server and set up everything on your own. I'm not doing Fright Night. I don't have any sort of, like, you want to run your own tournaments? More power to you. I won't. Akira Attractor. On hold still. Name a more iconic duo. Really, it would be trio, but whatever. And the joke doesn't work as well. Repeller is the response from Daniel. Here's a larger question, chap. To go with the idea of, like, do you want short games versus do you want skill testing games? Is Akira the only reasonable response to this? Like, is there an appropriate response to Akira Attractor other than Akira Attractor here? And to a larger extent after that, does it matter? Like, if the response is Akira Attractor, is it reasonable to say in a competitive environment where you have to make some assumptions about, okay, well, if you have the tools to fight it, you have the tools to fight it? Or do you just say, yeah, that's too bad? All right, this is like an insane Frosty setup if it were to stay there, but it's not going to happen. Yeah, you can't shove Shark right out of the vault anymore. I mean, sooner or later this is going to happen. There's too many... You can't cover all the angles as Daniel. It's just not possible. There's too many things to account for. I don't think Repeller is what you want in this scenario. I think you needed to be more aggressive. You've already committed to this Jaws, sinking however many keys in. At least 4. At least 6. If you're going to do that... Like, are you trying to one-shot the Akira? Is that the goal here? This is the very definition of all-in. I think there are other responses on this map, at least as player 1. Well, that's also a part of the discussion. Is there a response as player... If your opponent is player 1 and they go Akira Attractor, what are your options? Russell is reasonable. I mean, Russell has gotten buffed, but I don't know if I'd say Russell is reasonable into this. Because the thing is, even though Bluelian got nerfed, you could still Bluelian out of this. Right now, there's 2 mechs on the board. One of the dimensionals is a 1 key that you don't care about. Like, if you rustled this board, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you could get some damage done because Catmad maxed out. So, like, in this specific instance, Russell might have worked. Which I think is Russell's primary play, like this sort of thing. This doesn't look like a spectacular... The Raucous is actually doing its job as an anti-Akira tool here. You don't really need to do anything as Catmad. Eventually, a situation will present itself, because while Daniel does have the panic point advantage, they do have a slight key advantage. It's unlikely that they're just going to send in 1 keys and trade them. So if you just shift your team around in a pseudo-meaningless manner, you just rotate top to bottom, eventually Daniel's going to offer something up. Even if it's just something as simple as, all right, I'll take this snowball pick. I don't know why this happened. Like, what does this do? You were going to be able to... Wait, really? I don't think you really want to be creating more obstacles. That gives you more opportunity as Catmad in order to have an attractor pull that's meaningful. So, like, now you could go down here, Akira, to pull the attractor into range, and attractor can immediately target this and get a hit. That just doesn't seem like something you want to do. So this is going to kill the snowball, pull stuff into range. You're going to get the attractor pull. Then you're going to get... just like, I don't know. To me, the real question is if prevention is the best cure can reasonably apply. That is valuable, but I've talked about this before, DT, that I don't know that it's healthy to say, don't let this thing happen. with the way Phobies is structured, I don't think that's a reasonable response in general. Like, in specific instances, maybe. But in general, it feels like it's going to be an inadequate response for a few different reasons. Notably, your opponent, like, there's no way to actually stop them from doing it. The real thing is closing the tempo timing window. And I'm not sure that there's a reasonable way to do it without causing other weird problems. I don't like putting that there. Although I guess you can displace it with the Akira. I don't know. You can drop an Akira on like turn 2 on these large maps if you really wanted to. Does that meaningfully impact a matchup? I don't know, but I don't think there's any way that you could even remotely pressure someone enough that early that, like, if they decided to bank that way. Maybe you could. But the StarCraft examples of, well, don't let them get to Broodlord Infestor still kind of ring true, where it's like, okay, yes, but now you've turned the game into a single dimension of, it's a binary choice at the start of the game. Am I rushing them down in order to prevent Akira from happening, assuming it's even true that it can do it, which I don't think anybody's demonstrated that that is a viable strategy, or I'm not, and I'm willing to get into an Akira stalemate, assuming that Akira is the only appropriate response to Akira. Now, don't get me wrong, if Akira was nerfed or banned, I don't think it's the only thing that would have to be addressed. I think that it's just going to cause unfortunate ripples after that, and we'd have to address... Like, I don't know that I 100% agree with Karst's list, because I think that there are too many... Like, Karst is primarily focused on the ladder. If you're talking in a competitive tournament setting, things are just different, and we're not just talking level 1s. It's also, well, what if we adjust the map pool so that these horrendous maps are not available? Okay, well, that changes whether XYZ is a viable option, because now we're only talking with a different scope. What? I have no idea why that break would happen. Oh, look at this! That's a 5 Phobie freeze, chat! That's a sick Frosty hit. Daniel doesn't have Akira? I don't know. I'm assuming not. We haven't seen it in a single one of their games. Keep doing Fright Night so you can demonstrate it. Do it on ladder. Do it on ladder and send me a replay. I mean, you could always challenge one of these players. Like, dial up CapMad and say, all right, we're going to do an offline async game in front of me. Prove that whatever. Is it even possible for CapMad to lose from this position? Is it even possible? Like, a 5 Phobie freeze? Also, what? Look at Ray. Like, this is just so much time. It's actually bonkers. Like, this is absolutely wild. Bro didn't cook. He put his food in the freezer for later. Deep freeze. Winter has come.
Is savage.
It is pretty savage. It is, that deserves that is savage. Definition of pay to win. Honestly, this is the first Frosty. This is the first Frosty we've seen, like, do anything. We've seen Frosty a couple of times, like, in different game reviews. This is the first Frosty we've seen do anything. Jaws. Almost 1,600 damage. Can't do a damn thing. Cat Mad got Frosty from a free-to-play pack. That's even better. the pay-to-win Phobie that they got from a free-to-play pack. That's hilarious. Okay, real talk. I want to see Daniel just race. Just send the Jaws to the heart and try and race. I don't think there's any way you could possibly win, but it would be funny. Yeah, you're actually just dead, not this turn, but next turn as Daniel. Even before the panic points, just the pressure for... You might be dead this turn just from the panic points. You are. You're dead. GG. That will do it. Cat Mad punching their ticket to the finals. GG. Well played. Frosty, huh? Let's see if Alien Engineers got the answer. Wakey, wakey, eggs and Frosty. That doesn't quite have the same ring. Here are our finals. Alien Engineer versus Cat Mad. These players fought through some stiff competition. We had some wild games. We'll see who takes down the title for the final Fright Night. I remember Cat Mad getting Frosty from a regular pack the first day after the special offer expired. Like me, you got Bad Omen. I did forget about that too. That you got that, Akune. Cat Mad with a somewhat unorthodox opener. Spud Pass. That's a thing you can do. Alien Engineer, the aggressor here, player 1. Let's take a look at the bans real quick. Let's see. Alien Engineer got rid of Exponential Decay. Cat Mad said no to Carousel. And this was Alien Engineer's map pick. Interesting. Interesting. I'm sure we'll end up on the Pyro Abyss and hold still for the second game. Possibly a third. These players keep slugging it out, but a triple panic point advantage to lead off from Alien Engineer. Cat can die here. 3 from this, 330 from this. Is that enough to deter things? Honestly, I think Alien Engineer should have had the Spud here. Because then it could threaten a kill on the cat. There's no way the Cat Mad could kill it. But ultimately, we're going to get... Yeah, I don't love this response from both players. So this will clear out the cat. The cat will reestablish the triple panic point advantage. And then it's just up to Alien Engineer. How are you going to answer the Klepto? Klepto Spud right now does present some interesting threats, but it's not a large quantity of threats. And you need to be able to do a lot of things right now as Cat Mad. It's still early in the game. 4K health. Hey, who is looking for some cupcakes? Everyone's favorite baked good coming back. You know it's your favorite. Don't lie. Cupcake coming in. Probably going to make Cat Mad reconsider some pushes. But here's the thing. You can't immediately recap panic points on penny dropped with without a 3-mover, rather. So this triple panic point advantage is being maintained. 3,400 health on the heart. Like, you gotta make something happen. You needed to make it happen yesterday. Now, double 1 key makes sense as the response. Cat Mad able to bank 4 keys. Is Alien Engineer going to be able to push through this? Most likely not. You're only getting 1 hit from each of these. The nerfed Cupcake, still 300 damage. So you got 6, you got 9 and change. You got 4, so that's 13. You can't kill the Klepto. And that's kind of the problem. What is Alien Engineer cooking here? Finally some dessert. There it is. Yeah, I didn't... That push feels like you're just losing a lot as Alien Engineer. 2,800 health on the heart, though. That's not a lot of heart health. Remember, you're going to take 600 here. Clopster. Yo, somebody was looking for Clopster in chat earlier. Here we go. We got some dessert and we got some seafood. Clopster not quite in range to immediately start clobbering the heart. And notably... No, this... Wait. Yeah, the tickles will tank double hits from the unicorn. Glob is the response from Catmad. So we're going to start game reviews right after this. I said it earlier. I'm probably not going to get to eat. Like, if this series goes long, I literally will not have time to eat. When it's a long day for the players, it's a long day for me too. I don't know if people know that, but I am here the whole time. So we could cupcake the unicorn, but that feels like a waste. Like that is not what you want to do. Snowball going for the assist on the Tickles takedown. Of course, that means Snowball's going to get cooked. Clopster with 1,800 health is tanky enough to tank the Klepto, but probably not what Alien Engineer wants to do with it. The Crab will at least be able to get out and get to the healing spot. I don't think there's any world in which Snowball survives this. That being said, triple panic point event. Oh, the Snowball tanks the damn Spud hits. Like, that's just a feels bad man moment. 1,600 health. Catmad forced into a droney here. Honestly, yeah, it's kind of necessary. Notably has not expended their Snowball yet, so they do still have another 3-mover available at the very least. Clopster getting sort of blocked out by the AWOL here, but you can just burrow to this spot. However, that allows the Glob to connect with it more quickly. Get some fuel? I don't even know what that means, Jamerty. What does that mean? Did you misspell fuel? The counter droney maintaining the triple, like, Alien Engineer put their foot on the gas and never let up this entire game. Ooh, we're going to snipe the AWOL. Honestly, you might have been better off, I think, putting the corn on the panic point. Maybe put Cupcake up here. So that way it could... Well, I can get to either from this position anyway, so I guess this doesn't really matter. Alien Engineer full sending the Heart Rush. Yeah, Alien Engineer said, I've had enough of these Akira games that take 1,000 years. We're just ending this. Right for the throat. There's the aforementioned Snowball. It's going to be a 2-to-1 panic point advantage. And it will flip back to Alien Engineer next turn, I presume. I don't think there's any way to get 3. This does 380. So that's 580. Not quite enough. Wait, is this Klepto dead? Ooh, that's a big deal. Globster is trapped, but it's still applying pressure. Even if the Glob gets to it, 3 keys remaining. There's not enough damage to kill the corn. Something's going to end up killing the Snowball or just reclaiming this point. I don't see any way out of this for Catmad. 4 keys remaining for Alien Engineer. Even with the player 1 disadvantage, deficit, however you want to look at it, still coming out ahead on keys. Phobies is a bop. He's going to Morty. I know you're behind, but no. Spoiler alert from the future. Morty didn't happen. Alien Engineer doesn't even need to do this. Just you can literally just poke the heart with Jar. You don't need to do this! This is unnecessary! This is for demoralization purposes. Alien Engineer showing off. You're not ending. You could have ended the. Okay, I'm going to blame this on Alien Engineer being tired. We know that they're playing at, like, ungodly hour. There's nothing Catmad could do, but, like, literally, like, you extended the game for no reason. Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. GG. Game 1, Alien Engineer. Take number 2 of game number 2 of the final Fright Night final. Catmad, one game away from elimination, chose Hold Still, where they're going to hold the line. Let's see if they can turn this into a 3-game series, or is Alien Engineer, who is on match point, going to become our final Fright Night champion? We're going to find out today. Any year now. True. Alien Engineer really liking these droney openers here on Hold Still, and as mentioned in between games, Alien Engineer also bringing back the snowball opener on small maps. Got to dig deep in the bag of tricks for that last tournament W. Early Gravediggers for both players. Obviously, the Terraform presents a lot of value on this map. Other than that, besides the droning, we're mostly mirrored here. Mostly mirrored here. We did obviously already witness Catmad utilize Attractor Akira Frosty. Alien Engineer also had access to Attractor Akiras on this map. We'll have to see where they go with this. Akira, Attractor, Gonzo, Firkin, here we go. True. We do get our first Attractor hitting the board. Catmad leading the charge on this. We'll have to see how Alien Engineer wants to respond. I don't know if Alien Engineer saw any of Catmad's earlier games, but we're getting the puff. This might be a preemptive Frosty counter. Of course, Alien Engineer, if they're planning on going the Akira and Attractor route, or any combination thereof, the flying Blom monster that is Puff, of course, presents some other utility besides merely thawing your team. We're getting the aggressive push from Alien Engineer here. I do like this, getting that panic point advantage flip. The positioning on the Gravedigger is interesting. This is actually kind of cool. The Gravedigger can get behind the heart and possibly heebie-jeebie special and tuck itself into this alcove. Ray Chargels simultaneously a counter to both Attractor as well as Frosty. Not quite the one shot that you want, but it is a sizable chunk. Beauty as the answer from Catmad. Both players pulling out a lot of tricks here. Let's see. Is this droney gonna live? Are you serious? Droney's gonna live. That is fascinating. Alright, so Catmad preempting the heebie-jeebie special back here, blocking the Gravedigger's destination. The Gravedigger can kind of get away. It has to beat feet entirely. There's no real bombs set up here. You really do need control of the top portion of the map in order to get those bombs to connect properly, or you kind of have to be, like what we saw with the Frost, you have to go from a very low angle. You need the vertical points, because the horizontals here are not great most of the time. But a 4-to-1 panic point advantage, that'll flip shortly. And we get a Shove Shark. It is unlikely that Catmad's going to send in the Beauty, but I guess it hypothetically could. And then the Splash would take down the Droney. That's just inviting disaster. Aliens preventing Akira? I don't know if any of this setup prevents Akira right now. Maybe the aggression causing Catmad to have to delay their Akira? Possibly, but I don't know if I really buy the idea that this setup says, no, you can't play Akira. It is arguably like your best option for stopping it, but I don't hate it. Droney gives a free panic point cap. Leaving it alive has value. Kind of, if you assume that it's consuming a spot. If you assume that it's consuming a spot, but the fact that it's going to get these multiple panic point captures feels like you just don't want to leave these things laying around. Those are keys that Alien Engineer then it does not have to spend on replacements. Like if you had killed the Droney, Alien Engineer needs to commit another 1 key to the board. As opposed to now they can just recap. Ooh, we do get the Puff Bomb. This opens up Puff to a Yoink, though. Ooh, wait, we're diving Beauty? There's not enough damage here, is there? Yeah, I think you have to go after this if you're going to go after something. And you have enough damage if you... Wait, do you? Yeah. This is interesting. That Ray is safe? 8, 12? No, the Ray is dead, but if you do that, you open yourself up to losing the attractor in a different way because you have to commit... No, you'll body block out the Jin Sting. All right, Alien Engineer second guessing it. Yeah, I think there would... You end up losing the Puff, which I don't think is worth it, because if you can't then guarantee the attractor kill, no, we're going for it, and time is running out. You're pot committed at this point. Whatever you're doing, you're doing. I don't think you want the Gravedigger there. I think you need it down 1 space, because you don't... Like, there's no point in having it next to the... And I think you'd want the Droney closer so that the Droney could interact. Like, the Droney 200 damage could matter. So we get the pull here. This is going to let Beauty get a lot of splash. You're not going to get double takedowns, and you obviously have to kill the Ray, right? How do you kill the Ray from the... Does the attractor still have an attack? The attractor should still have an attack active. So, like, attractor plus creep is a dead Ray. The shove is live. You have 400 damage represented here. Maybe this was a bad exchange for Alien Engineer here. Like, the Blom was very tempting, but... This is a very healthy team remaining and supplementing forces. 11 keys for Alien Engineer available, though. Would the 200 damage have mattered? Probably not. Maybe it would have, because then you could kill this with only a single Gravedigger hit. And then you'd lose the Droney instead of the Gravedigger. Like, you could... If the Droney was in range, like, say it was here, it could fly up and hit the Gravedigger. Either way, Gravedigger almost to full health. I don't think the shove does anything. Unfortunately, the Gravedigger's going to die just to what's on the board. Getting the aggression going. 4,800 health on the heart. I mean, you got to commit more things to the board, but what is it? Shove Shark is dead if it stays there. It just can't. It can't stay there. Beauty hits it. This hits it. This hits it. This hits it. Octonauty. All right, we got our first displacement tool for our orange player. Not a huge fan of the bow here. Neither player committing an Akira to the board. You gotta let me know down in the comments, YouTube, or chat here on the live stream. Was the lack of Akira a gentleman's agreement, or do you think it was due to the aggression Alien Engineer presented earlier in the game? Alright, Gravedigger dies as mentioned. You can shove and Blom here, but that doesn't kill anything. You can kill the Klepto with a Yoink, but then your Octonauty dies on the counter Yoink. You get a juicier Blom here. Okay, Klepto you can no longer get, but you get a juicier Blom. But there's no way to threaten the... I feel like Alien Engineer's in bad shape here. The Heartbreaker's certainly annoying. Yeah, you need to... You shove... But that doesn't do anything other than getting 2 hits on the Beauty. That's only, what, 900 damage? Not even. 700 damage? Alright, so we get the Yoink here, but you don't have enough damage. Like, that's not good enough. Told you Akira can be prevented. Well, let's see people repeat it. Tractor let pull again next turn? Yeah. There are definitely games where I could see a Tractor, if it got nerfed to a 2-turn cooldown, that it would matter, and it would be impactful, and a Tractor would be quote-unquote fair. But there are a ton of games where it's just like, it doesn't matter. The first Tractor pull ends the game. Heartbreaker doesn't seem bad here. Yeah. I mean, Heartbreaker's fine on this map in general. It's generally just a worse Akira, for probably obvious reasons. But here, it is absolutely a challenge. I find it interesting that Alien Engineer is consistently choosing Octonauty over a Tractor for a 6-key pull. It's got to be the movement range, right? It's got to be the movement range. Allows for more positional advantage. Like, if the Attractor came out the turn that the Octonauty did, it would have taken way, way longer to get it into position. Here's the thing, though. Just saying, Catman is out of keys. Alien Engineer has 2. And Alien Engineer has a panic point advantage. This is live, though. Heartbreaker is live, so there's an extensive range of what can be targeted. And that's not even counting, like, oops, I accidentally had something in range of a Tractor, and now my whole team gets pulled in, and, like... But I imagine the creep is going to come in, push something. Once it does, the Alien Engineer kills it off, sends out a 1-key, recaps, and then we're back to the stalemate, and Catman's forced to do something. What that something is, I'm not clear on. I was about to say, did Alien Engineer forget that the the Heartbreaker range was 3, or that it was live? By the way, this droney that came out on turn 1, hanging on by a thread, but this is why I said it needed to be cleaned up earlier. Imagine if Alien Engineer, Muffin was the last Phobie, and droney was not on the board. Because a 1-key came out, because the droney was dead, and then you forced Alien Engineer to put another 1-key, which would have probably died by now. Honestly, Jamerti, I think that is how we explain to the devs how things need to be changed. Is you can demonstrate a game and be like, look, this is, despite doing all this, you still couldn't stop X, Y, or Z. Or you prove to the community, stop being lazy, here's how you actually respond. All right, we get the Noxious Vomit. No healing, so this is going to be a dead beauty from the poison at the very least. A lot of damage going down here onto the Klepto, but not lethal damage. Noxious will, of course, die. Getting the retreat from these Phobies, tucking them into the corner to avoid everything. That's not the baked goods I was expecting with Alien's Last Keys. I think they were planning on needing an extra 1 key in order to recap. And I don't know that there's going to be a great Cupcake scenario presented. Like, it could happen. I'm not saying Cupcake would be bad. I just think that it's less likely that Cupcake is going to happen because Catmad's going to dance around it. All right, so this is dead, as we would have suspected. But the game is, like, time is on Alien Engineer's side. This will die on its own. Alien Engineer has plenty of hard health to just soak some hits and just wait, essentially. This next turn is going to be really awkward simply because of where the Heartbreaker is positioned. There's no good way for Alien Engineer to get to it. Because you can't reach it with the Octonauty even with a push. And the Heartbreaker now can reach virtually everything. So something else is going to die this turn now. Ooh, we're going for the kill right now. The Attractor pull is up. Beauty hit Puff? Yeah, with the line bomb. It hit whatever was standing in front. The Noxious. Henrietta getting all up in Klepto's face. Honestly, with 0 keys, the Henrietta poison, hey, you heard it here from me, chat. The Henrietta poison might actually matter. The Octo is kind of hosed. It has some really awkward positioning set up. Like, it could get Heartbreakered here, but I think Alien Engineer might be okay with that because then you just immediately kill it. This is going to be nasty, though. The Klepto will die, but I don't think you can get a double kill here, but you can eliminate the Puff. Oh, no, actually, what you can do is you can slap the Shove Shark with the Heartbreaker. Like, you don't have to attack it. Or does this die? No, it doesn't die to fire. But you slap it with the Heartbreaker, you spit on the, this guy, Puff. Okay, we're going to kill the Octonauty. Like, yeah, that makes sense. This might be... Wait, did you not have enough damage there? I feel like you had enough damage. That can't possibly be the right thing to do. I guess it worked. 4-1 panic point advantage. I really want Droney to snipe something. It's basically Octonauty and Bo Mangles versus all of this, and, like, it doesn't seem like a fight that you really want to take. I think you would have been better off, maybe, like, 1 hit from each of these and then reposition. All right, we're going for panic points. 3,000 health left on the heart. Panic point advantage once again in our orange player's favor. 6,600 health to 3K. 2,800. Obviously, a recap here is trivial. But I don't know that Alien Engineer can get a relevant amount of damage to the heart. That being said, Yoink is live, so this is dead. This isn't quite dead. 600. Heartbreaker. Anxious. I don't think that was necessary. Just attack it twice. Why are you using the pole? Why did Alien Engineer use the pole? It does the same amount of damage. What am I missing here? Is this just exhaustion setting in? Because the pole might matter. Game over. Catman throwing in the towel. Alien Engineer taking it down. Chat, we officially have our final Fright Night champion. Congratulations to Alien Engineer taking down yet another Fright Night. Gonna live forever. Got that championship. That's the way it goes. Shout out to Alien Engineer. Congratulations. Shout out and thank you to all of the competitors. Not just the top 8, but everybody that played and made this such an amazing event. I appreciate everybody who's participated in any of the tournaments that I've run up to this point. Definitely has helped out. Hope everybody had a great time. But as I said at the start, all good things must come to an end. Tournament series as well as this stream. So as always, everybody, thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. And tune in next time for more Random's Thoughts.